So like Brand doesn't have a weapon in his inventory. Is that a problem?
No, that's unfortunately for Yig. He's going to have two games in a row. You guys are going to be starting off with nothing in this particular adventure.
Okay.
So I'll just give you a quick rundown on how the character sheet works and how actions and so forth happen and whatever. So the way it works is if you look at your main tab on your character sheet, you'll have a list of all your attributes and all your skills that are associated to that attribute. So if we look at agility, you have Bran has a base agility of 12, and his acrobatics has an expertise of 2 and a focus of 2. So the way it works is you add your expertise to your agility score of your particular skill, and that gives you your target number. So, for example, acrobatics is 14, melee is 17. So, by default, your character will always roll 2 dice. So, if you want to do a melee skill, you're trying to get successes, and the more successes you have, the better. So, for example, if you would, Bran, if you can just go ahead and double click on the 17 for melee. There you go. So that tells you roll 2 dice. 2 of your dice was equal to or less than 17. So therefore you got 2 successes. But you actually got 3 because if you look at your focus and you have a focus score of 5, if any of your dice score 5 or less, you actually get an extra success. Is that making sense so far?
Okay. So my melee total is 17. I rolled a
Yep.
14 and a 1.
Yep.
Okay. And I want to roll lower than 17. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. 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 Now it's making sense. And since I rolled lower than 5, I actually got an extra success. So
Exactly.
if I'd have rolled a 14 and a 6, I would have only gotten 2 successes.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So
Okay. Got it.
when I give you a skill, I'm going to tell you a difficulty number, and that if you look down underneath your chat window, you're going to see 6 white dots or little buttons you can press, ranging from difficulty 0
Yep.
up to difficulty 5. What you need to do to be successful in any skill, you need to roll dice equal to or successes equal to the difficulty number or more. So if I tell you something is difficulty 4, for you to be successful, you have to make sure that you get at least 4 successes.
And then I can just click the difficulty 4, and it'll automate it basically.
Right. It'll give you that new score to go for. All right.
Yep. I got 1 success. Yep.
All right. So that's the very basics of it. Now the next step that you need to get familiar with, and this is the hardest thing that people come to grips with, in anyone who plays this game, is if you are successful, anything that's above and beyond your successes, like say if you only needed 2 successes and you rolled 3, your extra success becomes a momentum, and you can spend that momentum to make yourself do more damage, to hit harder, to hit again. You can actually save up that momentum and give it to a player. Put it into a pool for later use. Right? So if you look at what Yig just rolled, he rolled a difficulty 5. He got 7 successes out of 5, so he actually gathered 2 momentum.
Look
So
at
let me
those
ask
low
you.
numbers I just blew.
Can I ask you a question? Why did he
Yep.
roll 5d20 on that one?
Because your default is always rolling 2 dice, but you can roll extra dice, and you can buy dice. You can buy extra dice to roll, and by doing that, you give me Doom. All right, Doom is a
Okay.
mechanic where, say, if you don't have momentum, but you say, well, I need to roll at least 3 more dice to be successful. So you can give me Doom, and if you do that, I say, okay, I'll take Doom. So if you look at down in the corner, there should be now a 3 on your Doom token down there, the red token.
Yep. So if I say, so I could roll 3 extra dice.
Right. So before you roll, you say, okay, well, it's a difficulty 3. I might get it with 2 dice if I roll below 5, but I may want to roll an extra dice or so. And you can give me Doom, and that allows you to roll more dice. Now, to roll more dice, see the 2 yellow dots that are underneath the number that's down there? They're underneath the 0.
Yep.
That's the number of dice that you're rolling. So if you click on the dots, each yellow dot is a dice. So that's how you add your extra dice to the roll.
Okay. Okay, and then how much Doom can you get before you're toast?
Well, this is the catch, and this is what captures the feeling of the Conan world. I use Doom. The more Doom I have, the more stuff I can do with it. And I spend Doom to make your lives, most cases, more difficult. Maybe every now and again I might use it to make things a little better for you. Very seldom though, because I like using. I'm a bastard when it comes to using Doom. But Doom allows me to add in effects into the story where normally it wasn't. Like, say if I notice that you guys are slaughtering everybody, right? I can use Dooms to suddenly make it harder for you guys to become more successful, and it adds tension. I can use it to create effects, affect the environment around you. And I can use it on my NPCs to make my NPCs better. They can roll more dice by spending Doom. So, essentially, if you want to keep rolling lots of dice, you give me the ability to make it more interesting for you guys.
Yep.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So
the way I see it, I think it refers to that in the core rule book too. It's a mechanic to allow the GM to make it give more tension to the story. He can turn a smaller creature into something bigger, and so we're going to be constantly giving him Doom probably, even as we get further on. I think the last session I played with him, he got up to 30 Doom.
yeah, we got a lot.
Okay. So let's say I roll and I gain momentum. I would annotate that on my momentum chit down there.
Yep.
So, okay, so I got 2 momentum.
Okay, so yeah, so the next thing I need to show you.
And so, for instance, there might be like a NPC that I'm going to launch an attack to, and you're going to tell me his difficulty rating. Tell me if I'm guessing wrong.
You're pretty close.
You'll give me his difficulty rating, and then I'll have to roll an attack against him.
Exactly.
Okay, so
yep.
I would roll the melee attack, okay, and I would exceed him and possibly gain momentum, right? And if I didn't, then I wouldn't hit him. It would be like a whiff.
Exactly.
Okay, so then once I gain momentum and I succeeded, okay, next step, I don't know.
All right. So I just shared an image there. This is a very good one to put down into your quick bar down at the bottom. So
okay, great.
The top portion here is talking about your momentum spends. And this is what you can spend your momentum on. And now these are just examples. Like if you have a creative use that you have momentum that you want to perhaps make happen. Now this covers most of the things that a player can come up with. But say if you want something else to happen, you can ask me if I spend the 4 momentum, can I make this happen? And I'll determine if it's a good idea or a bad idea. But on this list, you'll see a whole bunch of spends, and some of them have R's that are next to it. That means they're repeatable, which means you can do them as many times as you want in a round.
Like bonus damage, confidence, penetration.
All right, but there's other things where you can do. You can do like a called shot, or change stances. usually, to say for example, to change your stance is an action. You gotta, to stand up is like a short action or whatever, right? But if you have momentum, you can actually spend the momentum to make it happen. So you don't waste your action by trying to get up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, so these are the some of the momentum spends that you have. So what happens is, like, if you roll the hit and you're successful, you immediately roll your dice for damage, and you look at your damage. You can then, with certain spends, you can add more damage. You can re-roll certain dice. You can do certain things, and that's what you would use your momentum for.
Okay. So if I have no weapons now, so I'd be using my hands, and so
Yep.
like hand melee's what, a 1d4 basically.
Well, in this, it's a 2d6, right? Which
Oh
would be
wow,
your is
pretty
just.
brutal.
Well, here's another thing. When it comes to damage, let me just drag a weapon onto your sheet here. Well, we can use your Steely Glare. See how Steely Glare is there? That's a threat attack. That's you pretty much trying to beat down someone's resolve, right? If you click on the 2 in the damage there, under Steely Glare, a D6 you don't add up the damage in this one. It's a little different. If you roll a 1, you do 1 point of damage. If you roll a 2, you do 2 points of damage. A 3 or a 4 comes up blank. So in this case, one of those dice was 0, or was a 3 or a 4. If you were to just roll it again and see if you get like a 5 or a 6, and you'll see an icon that says, "There you go." That's an effect of your weapon. So an effects count for 1 point of damage, and also triggers an effect that's based out of that could be attached to the weapon. So for Steely Glare, is actually stun, so you can
Yep.
stun somebody with effects.
And then it says two. Okay, yeah. So he takes 2 damage and is stunned.
Exactly. Right. So certain weapons may have several different effects. So different abilities. They may have grapple. They may have knockdown. They may have, who knows, a whole list of things. And when they are rolled, if I was to roll, say, 4 effects, well, I've also done 4 points of damage, but I've triggered. The more effects you roll, the more powerful the effects are. But all the effects that are attached to the weapon are triggered. It doesn't matter if you roll 1 effect or 5. But the more effects you roll, the stronger the effect is.
Okay, and then how do you roll more effects?
Well, it's just by rolling damage, right? So the Steely Glare is just a very
Oh, okay.
basic weapon. But if I was to roll
I
over,
see.
like, let me see.
Like some may be like their damage dice might be 4, and it might be something that has an effect on it. You would roll 4 of those damage dice, and you could potentially get 4 effects. I see.
Exactly. Yep.
And it would be 4 damage. Okay, that makes
Like,
sense.
like I just dragged over to you the battle axe, right? So you're actually, although it says 4 in the damage, because of your strength, you're going to roll 3 extra dice. So you're going to roll 7d6 when you roll. So that will kill most people right there.
That's an awesome roll right there.
Yeah,
That would
so he
kill
did.
mostly anybody.
So I did basically 6, 7, 8, 9. I did 10 damage plus 3 effects.
Yes. So the worst thing about this rule set is that when you roll effects, it doesn't tell you what the effects are. You have no idea unless you actually look at the weapon. So if you click on the little icon next to your battle axe, it'll open it up, and if you scroll down, it tells you what the effects are offhand. So this one here is intense and vicious. So actually, vicious, for each effect rolled, you actually do an extra bit of damage. So instead of you actually done 3 extra more damage. So
Right,
that
so
moves it up to
13
13. And if you've actually done wounds, if you've done 1 wound, you've actually going to double it up to 2. 2 wounds. Because there's a difference between vigor and, if you look at your character sheet, you'll see there's vigor and there is wounds. Put that up.
Okay, I see vigor. I'm at 14 now,
Yep.
and then I see. Okay, so how do I know if I did wounds?
Well, the
We
way
didn't
it
talk
works
about that.
is if you ever do more than 5 points of vigor damage or resolve, because resolve is your mental health. If you ever do more than 5, you automatically generate a wound.
Okay.
If you ever bring a person down to 0, you do another wound. For every time you take damage after you're at 0, you create a third of you generate a wound as well, right? The thing is, a person dies at his 5th wound and is unconscious on his 4th wound. But if you were to, like, for example, with this one particular roll right here, we're looking at 13 damage total. All right, so let's just say for shits and giggles, you actually rolled 14 points of damage. You brought him down. You did more than 5 in one round, so that's 1 wound. You brought him down to 0, and that's another wound, so that's 2 wounds. And it has the intense effect. So because you generated at least 1 wound, you created the 3rd wound. So you nearly killed a guy right off the get-go. One more
Yeah.
scratch and he's dead. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And so what you start off. So you just filled up my vigor and resolve. Basically, you start off full,
Right.
and then that's vigor's basically my physical hit points.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. And so as I started getting beaten down, I lose vigor, but I could also gain wounds.
Exactly.
Right. And you said 4 wounds, I'm unconscious. Is that
Exactly.
right?
Yep.
And 5, I'm dead. Now I guess you can heal wounds.
Exactly. Yep.
Like, is that like
Yep.
a downtime kind of thing?
No. It's pretty much the way the system works. Everything is based on scenes. So in between scenes, your vigor is automatically restored to max, but your wounds are not. Your wounds are not restored that way. They are wounds are only can be permanently healed at the end of the adventure. You can get treated, but if you get wounded again, the wounds that you've already had come back. So let's just say in the first scene you take 3 wounds, you get yourself patched up. But in the second scene, you take another wound, all your other wounds come back.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yep.
And for every wound that you have,
So,
it affects your skills and certain things, right? But
like essentially, you would only get treated like if you had 4 wounds and you were knocked unconscious, or maybe if the wounds cause you other problems. Like if you had 3 wounds, can you lose like the loss of an arm or something? Or
well, the way it works is that for every wound that you have, it increases the difficulty of your physical skills. So for, like, say if you had 1 wound, your agility, awareness, brawn, and coordination skills, their difficulty automatically goes up 1 extra level for any skill that you do because of your wound.
Sense. Yep, that's why you would want to get them treated. So
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds really awesome.
All right. So everything else,
Yes,
we'll just work through it as we go. Like I said, there's a lot of different combinations in this, and this is one of these games that if you play it more, you can figure out the different things that you can do. Right? Combinations are endless. The one thing I will say is if you look at your main tab, you're going to have a list of talents there. All right. So these give you different abilities. So, for example, you have blood on steel. So essentially, if you can use these skills to do certain things. So blood on steel allows you to spend momentum to give yourself a vicious quality to your weapon. Right? If your weapon already has vicious and you wanted to increase the vicious level, you can spend 1 more to increase the vicious level. So there's all these little different things that you can do.
So basically, I can, like, if I can punch a guy, blood on steel, and if I roll 2 die, I could one extra damage per success, essentially, or one
for
extra
for the
damage per
effects. Yeah.
the effects. Oh yeah, just the effects. That's right.
Yeah. All right, so just give me 1 second here now, and I just got to get a beverage before I get started, and then we'll jump right
Yep.
into it. All right, hold on.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna grab a water. I'm gonna grab a water too.
Yep.
Okay, I am back.
Right on. I'm going through. I'm reading all my talents.
So you've played this before?
One time, I've read the rule book at least one time through, and I've read the quick start rules, which you can get free through Drive-Thru RPG and PDF or a bunch of other places. I've read that through a couple times. Reading through the book, and it's criticized by a lot of people. The way that they kind of put the book together, it doesn't have a good flow. It's just, it was hard for me at least to wrap my head around some of these concepts. So I'm still learning it. And the playthrough I did once before, that session I had with Jolly was very informative, very helpful, and I've got a better grasp of it, but I'll probably still have questions during this one shot.
Oh, and I forgot to say to you, every character starts off with a certain amount of fortune. They're called fortune points. So Ren's has 3, and Bran has, I think it's 3 as well. Yeah, he has 3. So these fortune points could be used to give you some really big benefits. All right, they can be used to immediately recover vigor in the middle of combat if you want to spend it. But it can also be used to create to give you guaranteed successes on dice. So, for example, what it does, if you say that you're going to add, you want to use a fortune point for a dice roll, what it does, it adds a dice that's already pre-rolled to your handful, to your pool, that comes up as a 1. So, if you have any focus at all on your particular skill, it's guaranteed to come up as a 1, and therefore you're going to get at least 2 successes. If you don't have any focus, you're only going to get 1 success, of course. So it's a guaranteed way to increase the amount of focus of momentum you can gain, and you can spend as many as you want at once.
So if I make an melee roll, how do I spend my fortune?
Okay, so the way it works for skills, let's just say I'm going to tell you it's a difficulty 2. So click on difficulty 2.
Yep.
And you're going to roll right now. When you did that, you should have 3 dots there. 3 yellow dots. It should have added to it automatically.
Yep.
Right?
Well,
so if you
it's
roll,
2. It's 2.
okay. But it doesn't.
You mean to make?
Yeah, just go ahead and roll your dice. No. Oh, you just did.
That was me.
No,
Sorry. I'm looking. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Brian. So it was a difficulty 2. What happened there?
I don't think Bran used a fortune point. If you notice above Rain's survival test, Rain's used a fortune
Oh,
point.
there you go. Yeah.
I had to click the little dice symbol next to the green dots.
Yeah. Click on the dice
Okay,
symbol.
so
Don't
click, click that.
Yeah. Don't click on the dot. There you go. So although that's how you add extra dice to guarantee more successes by spending a fortune point. Pretty much takes a dice, puts it on the table as a 1.
Yeah, so it gave me 3 successes, even though I rolled.
One
Two
No.
dice.
success.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Why
Because
did it give me three?
that one, the fortune point gives you a 1 on the dice, and that 1 counts as 2
Oh.
successes.
Oh, I see. Because my focus is 5.
Right.
Nice. Okay,
Yep.
I got it. I got it.
But there's something I never told
It
you.
takes me. It.
Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it's taken me. It takes a second to register what's happening. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Once this is the core mechanic, and once you get your head wrapped around this, everything will flow in really good. But here's something that you need to know. All right, if you look at Rez's roll, all right, he rolled a 20. Now he was still successful in what he was trying to do, but he rolled a 20, and a 20 is bad. All right, no matter what, a 20 is always bad, and it's called a complication. The more complications you roll, the worse it can be. Essentially what happened, you can still be successful in your skill, but you can roll complicate. So the more dice you roll, you have a better chance of, or higher chance of rolling the 20. And it either generates doom or I can make something bad happen. But your skill still succeeds, but bad things can happen. All right, so you never want to roll 20s. 20s are always bad. All right. So because there's 2 players with a total of 6 fortune points, I get to start with 6 doom. All right, so let's get into this. You guys ready?
Possibly.
Ready.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't
right.
want to die.
Well, it's been about 8 hours since your camp was attacked, and you woke up to painted savage warriors who came in and completely decimated the camp. Out of the group of 12 of you, you were the only 2 survivors. But unfortunately, you have been captured. You have been stripped of your belongings. You found yourself tied to a long pole at the neck, the 2 of you. So there is one of you is in the front, one of you is in the back. Your neck is tied to this pole, and your wrists are bound to the pole in front of your face. It's been 8 hours of being trudged along some forgotten jungle. Dense and dark jungle, and it's wet and it's sweaty. It's miserable, all right? Your feet are sore because you never had a chance to get any of your belongings on when you were attacked in the morning, and you're bloodied. All right. Surrounded by you guys are surrounded by about 20 different tribal soldiers, tribal warriors, speaking in a language that you have never heard of in your life. Now, you guys started in this world. Let me show you a map. Down in the, I'll put a little circle here for you, or square. you guys have been working for a bunch or a group of traders who were going deep into these jungles looking for trade goods. And although you were part of the protection and the bodyguard unit, you were completely outclassed and outmatched. Everybody was wiped and slaughtered, all right, by these fierce warriors. Now let me show you what some of these warriors look like. Um,
Oh my.
so it's been hours now, all right? And they seem to be taking you deeper and further away from the coast, further away from the beaten path that you guys have been, that you guys were traveling, all right? This was your first particular job with these guys. You were hired on. You were just recently hired. You've been on the road now for about 2 or 3 months, doing these travels back and forth. And this is your first encounter with this particular group of people. The After about like 8 hours or so, you break out of this jungle and you see in front of yourself a large opening of what appears to be dying trees. It's like almost like a drought in this particular area. About another 3 or 400 meters into the center of this clearing, you can see strange bunch of buildings that look like pyramids. In the sunlight, you can see like everything's kind of glittering with like a greenish reflection or glow. Possibly, the buildings are made of like some sort of strange, exotic stone, perhaps is jade or something. You've never seen anything like it before in your lives. As you're getting closer to all these particular buildings, you notice that there's people living in this, and this is like some sort of ancient city. All right, and the closer you get to the center of the city, you can notice that in the center is a large pyramid. It's a step pyramid. It's called I don't want to butcher the word right. Ziggurat. Ziggurat. I think it's a
Ziggurat.
ziggurat. There you go. So it's a step pyramid, and all these hundreds of people are gathering around this particular structure. You guys are tired, and you guys have been taking the beating. I'm going to ask for both of you to make resistance rolls. So it's going to be, because it's been difficult, I'm going to say it's a difficulty 2 resistance. But before I go any further, this is where you guys can decide who gets to go first, because the person who rolls the best may get momentum for the person who's the weakest. So you can share. So it's kind of something to keep in mind.
I've got a resistance of 13, so that's a little better than 50% chance at all.
I'm 14.
Oh, so you're a little better than I.
So this is an opportunity for you guys to
focus.
gather some momentum for the scene. Just to let you know.
Okay. Let's see. How about I roll and I'll use one of my fortune. How about we do that?
It's entirely up to you.
Sounds good.
So it's a difficulty 2, so make sure you check on the difficulty 2.
Yep.
All right. So you
I
gathered
believe-
2
I believe
momentum.
I did that right.
You did it right. Yep. So you are successful. Now there's 2 momentum. There you go. There's 2 momentum in the pool. So Renz. I'm gonna call him Renz. I'm not sure how he expected to say it. I'm gonna call it Renz. He Renz.
Sounds good. It
All
also
right,
looks like
Renz.
it might be rains.
It could be.
Like it's
Oh yeah.
like it's a cheap perfume. Rains with a Z. I'm probably overly confident in getting what I need, but I think I'm going to give you one doom point for
Okay,
one die.
no problem.
Two successes, no momentum.
You're lucky you spent
Alright,
that extra dice.
Yes, I am.
You just got
so
barely.
when you gave him the doom, how did you roll the extra die?
He
I just
has.
clicked that yellow button down there to give myself an extra die.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you. I'm sorry. You told me
Okay.
that.
Well, that's
No
no problem.
worries. That's kind of the reason GM's doing this, to teach people the rule set. Oh, party.
It looks just like it's out of that movie. Where
Apocalyptica.
yeah, there you go.
Pretty close to it, actually. Um, so yeah, so you guys are getting forced into this crowd of individuals. It's been a hard journey, but you guys are tough. You're feeling kind of confident about it all, and you know that something is about to happen, but you don't know what. As you guys are getting closer to the pyramid, you guys are forced into this tunnel, or almost like a hallway, a roofed hallway. And in this hallway, on the sides of the walls, you see these painted murals, and there's like, uh, you know, looks like demonic figures are tearing apart these people that are blue. All right, painted in blue. And as you're walking a little bit more, a bunch of these people get closer to you guys, and suddenly they start covering your body in blue paint as well. You starting to get the sense that something bad is going to happen to you guys based on the pictures that you've seen and based on the uh, where you're headed. As you come out of this little hallway, you notice that you're starting to go up a set of steps, which is going up to the top of this pyramid. Over to the side of the pyramid, you see a large set of steps in the front of it, and you can see up on top there's another small group of people that are doing some form of ritual. And at one point, you notice something circular bouncing down the stairs. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Probably about the size, probably about, a size of a small, say a volleyball size, maybe a basketball size object kind of bouncing down the steps. It doesn't, and with that kind of sick horror, what do you think that could be bouncing down the steps?
Treat for us because we're such good people.
The head.
You see a head bounce down the stairs, and on the head itself, completely decapitated, you can see it itself is covered with blue paint.
Hmm.
Rains says loudly, "This doesn't bode well for us."
I look over at Reigns, thinking I hope he has a plan.
After just a very few more
So
minutes. Go ahead.
are my hands bound? Are our hands bound behind our back?
Hands are actually bound in front of your face on the stick because you guys are attached by like a long stick, and your necks are tied to the stick as well. So it's
Okay.
about shoulder height. And you guys are being led up the side of the pyramid towards the top. And in front of you, you can see several other individuals as well. Some of them are bound in different ways, but they are also painted blue. Surrounded at this point, you probably see about 6 or 7 guards of various sizes and shapes, of course. And just as you reach the top, you get a clearer image of what's happening.
So it looks like they untie us and then lay us over the block. Okay.
So you guys are at the top of this ziggurat. Oh, shit. What was the word again? How do you say it?
Ziggurat.
Ziggurat.
You're gonna
You're on.
make me mess it up. I'm gonna
Oh,
start saying it wrong.
I keep saying. I don't know why I say ziggurat. Ziggurat. You're on top of this ziggurat, and there's a small like shelter up on top, probably about 30 by 30 feet. And you guys are kind of in the back, and this ritual that's taking place is out on the front, and you can see that they take this person, they pull him down on his back across this like pedestal, and then they reach in and they have this knife, and they this obsidian knife, they stab him into the stomach, and they pull out, make a big hole. The priest reaches in and grabs the heart and pulls the heart from the body, and then obviously they chop the head off and throw the head down. It's like they're doing some sort of ritual. There's about 4 or 5 people in front of you before it's apparently your turn. Most people are fixated on the sacrifices that are taking place in front of you. So the intro is done. It's now entirely up to you guys. This is the situation we're in.
So how many people are on this pole that I'm on?
It's just you and Reigns.
Okay, and so is he in front of me or am I in the front?
Let me see. I am going to say if it's even. If it's even, it was you. So you're in the front, Bran.
Okay, so Brand's in the front. Okay. So, Do you think you could break the pole in the middle, Rance?
I
Like
could
the way
try.
our hands are tied, if he
It
breaks
looks
the
like
pole. Go
it'll at
ahead.
least give us some move, but it looks like they might have to untie us at some point, anyways, to sacrifice us.
So I'm wondering if we could break the pole, if our hands are bound around the pole, if we could easily slide our hands out and then maybe use the pole as an improvised weapon or something. But I don't know. Like if we break the pole, are we still tied? Or would that release us?
You figure that if you were to break the pole, you should be able to slide off the pole at that point. You should be able. If you break the pole, should be able to slide yourself off out of your. You'll still be bound, but you'll be free of the pole. Yeah.
If we could do that, then it might give us time while the guards are holding down the person in front of us, right? It's just a thought, because we'll both be free at the same time.
Good plan.
All right.
So in whatever mother tongue that we know and they don't know, I tell Rance to break the pole and release us.
All right. So you're gonna. Rens is the guy who's gonna do it.
I think
Since I'm in front, I don't know that I can.
if I pull down on the pole, and I'll give you the sign, Bran, to step back towards me, maybe we can squeeze it between us and use that leverage to snap it.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to drive because I'm in front. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. So
All
we're going to try and break the pole.
Okay, so the pole is a difficulty 2 to break. All right, so you can do this as a teamwork effort, right? Where one person does the main roll, and then the person who's assisting gets to roll a single d20 based on whatever skill they're going to use. So, who is going to be the main person?
So probably Rance, and then probably athletics.
Yeah, you want me? Would that be an athletics roll?
Okay, so
Try
before you roll, the person who helps is going to roll first. So, Bran, you need to only roll 1d20, so you click on the yellow dot until you only have one yellow dot left. and then select D2, and then roll your athletics.
Can I spin the doom to run an extra die?
Not when you're assistant. Nope.
But I'll be able to spend to exceed my dice. No successes.
Not succeed.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
made a mistake. Click where you're assisting. You just got to roll. Is based on a D0. So click at D0 and then do it again. My bad. I forgot. Oh, you actually rolled a 12. So and you actually did get a success. So don't worry about it.
so if
Because
it's so if it's just if it's a D0, then I just have to beat my athletic score. If it's a D1, then it makes it like a 14.
It's kind of this is kind of a weird thing because the rule set doesn't help you with assist rolls here. Essentially, what happens, you just need to roll your one single dice to try to get less than or equal to your athletic skill
Okay,
to
I
get a
see.
success. Right? So you rolled a 12, so yeah, you did. You succeeded in helping him. So essentially, what this does, you automatically give him one momentum to whatever he rolls. He actually gains one momentum. But if he doesn't get any successes at all, it doesn't help him. He needs to roll at least one success to gain the extra momentum that you just helped him with. If that makes sense.
Okay.
But
So
you
what's the
succeeded.
difference between a
Yeah.
D0 and a D1? If I
A
were to roll a
D0,
D1 versus a D0.
well, this is the thing. A D0 means you can just do it. You don't even have to roll dice if it's a D0. All right? You've automatically succeeded. But if you roll the dice, you have a chance of rolling a 20.
Right.
And but if you roll, if you're trying to beat a D0, you can actually get extra momentum. You know what I mean? So
I see. Yeah, I see.
you got a chance of gaining momentum. Yeah,
Makes sense.
I can do this easy. I can roll a bunch of dice, get a bunch of momentum. Oh shoot, I got a chance of rolling 20s. Probably shouldn't. So it makes you forces you to decide to roll, right? But for an assist roll, you always need to roll the
Okay.
dice. But you're just counting your momentum. So any success is a momentum, and that's why I was asking for a D0. But like I said, you've already got it. You got a 12, so
Okay.
you're successful.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Ain't no problem. All right, Renz.
So I'll use the momentum he just created.
Yep. No, you don't
And
use it yet. This is at the end of it. But there's still two momentum in the pool that you can use.
I think that this seems very important, so I'm going to use one fortune
Okay. Yep.
to kind of make sure we can break this thing. And I think I'll roll that. That's 3 dice. We've got a 13 athletics. 3 successes, 1 momentum.
All right. So you've actually, because he helped, you actually now have two momentum, right? And you were a successful in breaking the pole. All right. So he. Oh, sorry, I did that wrong.
We share the momentum, right?
The pool. Yeah, you use your momentum
Yeah.
first, and when you're done using your momentum, whatever's left over goes into the pool up to a maximum of 6.
Okay. So I think I should only have 4 then, because I generated 1 then.
Oh no, like what you're seeing is what everybody sees. So he had a momentum and you had a
Oh,
momentum
okay.
is up to 5.
It's a shared pool, even though it says it's that you generated momentum chit for your character. It's a pool that we all share as players.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, so am I able to take this stick? Is there already stick left for me to use it like as a baton?
Yep, there will be. Just give me 1 second here now. For some reason, your character sheet is not generating a token.
Add that to the pile.
I get so angry using this.
It's just it it's a it's a bad representation of what I think is going to be a really fun rule set. That maybe it's because there's such a small development team. Maybe Modifius doesn't really care because that's the painting they're painting for me. The picture they're making for me is that Modifius says, "Yeah, this is good enough," when it clearly isn't.
No, I found out that they're not happy with it. I have an inside track, so I think it's being addressed.
That's good because if they want to produce all their other 2x20 books, it should be in a playable state when it releases, and it should have a professional look to it, not this every line is slightly offset from the other one on the character sheet.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah,
That.
it looks janky.
There we go. Okay, so finally,
And
got
then you get
this.
something like the Alien RPG rule set that looks so slick and neat and tidy and has flow to it. And I've played one session of that. I don't understand the mechanics fully yet, but it was a pleasure to play in it with the way they put it together. I do like the art you found. I like that Salakan warrior with his Makwa Huyu. I can't remember. Someone told me how to pronounce that, and I forget how it's pronounced.
I practice all week saying that word, and now my brain has gone blank from saying
I think the
ziggurat
H is
so much.
silent, and the L. I think it's
Makawati.
Makwa Huyu.
Makawati. Makawati. There we go. That's it.
Makawati. That sounds more like an Aztec word than Makwahital. Makawati.
So, drag these out to here.
I like that one too because it looks like some of the blade bits have been replaced with shark's teeth.
Foes. I'm just getting something set up here.
Yeah, selling this for $60 with it being messed up, that's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely.
It looks like they just didn't run it through any quality assurance. They didn't play test it after it was created to make sure things were functioning properly.
Well, you know,
But
one of
even
the things that
$60 for a rule set's a lot.
it is, but the biggest thing that's bad about this is that if you open up the guidebook or the Conan module, the reference book there, if you read through it, you can tell that all they did was copy and paste it directly into it, because you know how if you copy and paste from a PDF, if it doesn't have certain characters, it just creates like a symbol, say for
Yep.
Yeah.
It's right throughout the
A
book.
box.
Like for every time there's an apostrophe in this rule set, there's a box instead, and they never
Yep.
even
A lot
bothered
of
to fix it.
Right. So it's the coding language, and even if you do it in Notepad, sometimes it'll do it if it's using the wrong coding language. When I was converting the Middle Earth PDF, I learned all that. So Zykeas helped me get it all fixed.
That's the thing. It just
But you see a lot of
takes a.
modules, a lot of. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that it takes that little bit of effort to proofread what you've created. I've been putting my own, well, not my own, but I've been creating content in it, and it sounds like you, you take the moment to look at it when it's placed and say, okay, does that look good? Does that did I mess anything up in there? Has it got the wrong character?
Yeah, a lot of stuff you buy on DM's Guild will be like that too.
It just shows it's a level of unprofessionalism. If I'm paying someone to put the content in, I expect it to be done to the standards that I would hold myself up to when I'm putting content in.
Yeah, it just depends if it's $2 or if it's $60. You know, definitely,
True.
or even $25. You know, if you're paying full price for a player's handbook, you know, you want it to be a player's handbook.
All right.
So that's
So
where
So it sounds like on.
go ahead. No, go ahead. I like.
No, let's play. I was just gonna talk about the Conan. It sounds like you can a lot of the stuff is out there for free. Like you can legally get it for free. So it looks like you could build in a lot of the information yourself into Fantasy Grounds, instead
Like
of having to wait and buy it.
with my rule set, I made my own rule set, my own theme, right? I got the first 4 books done in it. It's all there, and it has more functionality than this thing.
That's you did it XML or did you build it in Fantasy Grounds?
I did with XML, and then I also used
Yeah,
the module library, the author extension, right?
yeah, the author. Yep, that's what I used. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, so sorry it took so long there. All right, so Rains, tell me how you're breaking this pole off.
so my hands are bound to that stick in front of me that's also bound to my neck from what I got from the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to use the leverage of pulling down with my hands to start to get that stick to bow at the same time using my body weight to push forward and down on the stick to kind of get it to snap between us.
And with a large snap, your plan is successful. Breaking the pole off directly in the middle of the length, so you both have the optimal lengths of the weapon. Which is lucky because if any doom was rolled or any complications, someone was going to get a literal short end of the stick. The pole snaps, and the guards are completely surprised by the amount of violence that they just witnessed as you just your muscles, your tanned muscles bulged, and the stick bent, and then it shatters in a spray of wood, allowing you guys have access now and becoming free. Each of you having a large, long stick in their hands. So the way combat works in this, you guys will always get to go first unless I pay Doom to allow someone to go before you guys. So the way it works, if you notice that there's lines on the map, these are called zones, and you can move anywhere within a zone. You can move anywhere within a zone as a minor action, or sorry, as a free action. I gotta make sure I said that right.
I can see the tokens, but they're in a black field.
Try moving your token around to see if the line of sight works. Sometimes did it work?
Nope.
Yeah, I see. Everything looks good to me.
Yep.
If you unshare and reshare the map, it's a Fantasy Grounds Unity thing. I thought they had this one fixed, but maybe not. Yep, now it's working. Now I got the image.
All right.
So many colors. So festive.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah,
So those
so
orange lines are the zones.
the orange lines are the zones. To move into a new zone is a minor action. To move a full outside, like into the next zone, like 2 zones, is a standard action. Every round, you have the option to do as many free actions as you want. You can do two minor actions, or you can do one minor action and a standard action.
Okay, so you could do as many free, one minor, and a standard, or 2 minor.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
And surrounded in this general vicinity, you see 4 particular warriors, both armed in the same way that from the people that you were captured by.
He's got some big wooden paddle sword thing.
Yes. And they look
Okay.
very fearsome and scary.
All right. I got an idea. Who's first?
That's up
We
to you
can
guys.
decide who goes first. You can go first if you like, or you can tell me I'm going to go first. Either way.
All right. I'm gonna spin some momentum though. Is that okay with you?
Do it. We must live this.
Okay. So I'm going to. So here's what I think I can do.
Okay.
I think I can move down to this zone.
Yep.
Okay.
And to get
And
engaged
then
with someone, you just got to be adjacent to
think-
them. So you can move right in adjacent to a particular
Yep.
individual.
Okay. So then I believe I can spend 2 momentum and disarm this guy and knock his weapon to the ground. And that doesn't count as a standard action, right?
No, what that does is after you say if you attack someone, right? That counts. You can spend the 2 momentum to cause that attack to disarm the person.
Okay. And then even though my attack's done, I could use a free action to pick that weapon up, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And you can use a fortune to get a whole nother standard action. Like a fortune point
Alright,
can
so I'm gonna
can give
run
you a
down to
second
this
standard
guy.
action. All right. Yeah. So that's your minor action there.
Okay. And I'm going to attack
Okay.
this guy with my polearm.
So to attack him, there's different classes, certain classes of individuals. There's minions and stuff and creatures and nemesis. Nemesis are just like player characters. They're pretty powerful. But this guy here is, if I am correct, is a minion. So you just need is a difficulty 1 to attack him.
Okay.
They don't get the
and it's-
parry.
Okay, and so right now I have it set up to 2 dice, so I can roll a melee attack right now.
Yep. But you can roll extra dice. You can give me Doom, and you can roll extra dice to generate the momentum that you need to do what you want it to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a doom and roll
Okay.
a 3rd dice.
Okay. So set it for difficulty 1 and roll your melee. All right. So before it goes into the pool, you have 2 momentum right now at hand.
Okay, so I'm
And-
gonna use that 2 momentum. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. You.
So I'm gonna use that 2 momentum to disarm him.
All right. So I'm gonna look at. All right, so it was being held by one hand, so it's only going to cost you 2 momentum. So yeah, so you no, first of all, roll your damage. First of all,
Okay, I'm gonna
You
roll
hit?
my damage, which.
okay.
Yep,
So
and
on your
so-
character, it should be right on your character sheet.
Go ahead. Yep. Is that in combat?
It's in
Yes,
combat.
Go to the combat tab
Stick.
down
I
in
see
the
it. I
attack.
see it. Oh, that was a lot of die. How'd that happen?
because you are super strong, so it adds to the base damage of the weapon. All right, so you did hit him for 2 points of damage. He's wearing armor, so some of that armor weapon is some of that armor damage is absorbed.
So
You go ahead.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So it looks like I could spend another momentum and use no mercy, and I can re-roll 2 of those damage dice.
Absolutely, but that's out of your pool, or that's coming out of what you rolled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's coming out of the 5.
Yeah. No, this is coming out of what you, because
Yep. So,
this is the other little thing that's a little strange. Your the momentum is in the pool can only be used for immediate spends. There's 2 types of spends, just regular spends and immediate spends. If you look at your reference on that page 3 there, certain ones with an I tells you which ones are immediate. So if it's not an immediate, you can't use what's in the pool.
So according to that, second wind is the only one with immediate.
so where am I looking at in the reference?
On GM screen 3. I'll drag it to the desktop there for you in the chat window.
Oh, that one. Oh, I see. I had that one open already. I'm so sorry.
It's no problem.
So the disarm. Okay, so I'm doing 2 things.
Yeah.
So I have the skill no mercy,
Right.
and it says when making a melee attack, you may re-roll a number of damage dice equal to the number of melee talents, and I have 2.
Okay.
Each
Yep.
one's rank 1.
Right. So you can
Okay,
you
so-
can re-roll those, yeah, without spending anything. So to do that, if you look on your
So that
character
doesn't
sheet,
take any moment. Oh,
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
so if you look in your combat sheet, I got a part there called momentum spends and re-rolls.
Yeah.
So what you do there, just change the dice number to whatever you need it to be and roll the dice, and it'll add to it. You can just roll that.
Okay, so so it says it's set at DMG1, so I want it to be there, but I want it to roll 2 dice.
Yeah, so just change that DMG to 2. Oh, you're not having much luck.
No, I just got zeros again. Okay, so and I could do no mercy every turn.
Every turn, yep. Every time you attack.
Okay, nice. Okay, so then I took the 2 out of the pool and I'm going to disarm him. And you said I did disarm him, right?
Well, yeah, because that momentum that you gathered hasn't gone into the pool yet. So you're
Okay,
using
and I can use that.
that 2 now to disarm him.
I am. And then I'm going to use my free action to pick his weapon up.
Exactly. Yep.
And I'm done.
Oh, hold on
I
now.
think, right?
We have to hold on now. We have to look. Your actions. Free action is drop an item. No, it's a minor action to pick up. Is a minor action to draw or pick up a weapon.
Okay, so I can't pick it up. It's on the ground.
It's on the ground.
But okay. All right, so I'm done.
All right, so he is disarmed currently. Renz, what are you gonna do?
Come pick up this guy's weapon, man. He's got to get it back. I just blew it.
I think that is since he's unarmed, I can go up and I can probably punch him, or what would it be if I'm going to use like a shove attack, try and push him down that stairwell further.
Just be like a melee attack.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you could push him out of the zone, man, he won't be able to get his weapon back.
You don't have the tokens locked, do you?
I thought I did. It was locked earlier.
Whee!
That is weird. Because Bran is locked. Wasn't he? Well, maybe not. Hold on. There we go. It's locked now.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
And then you'll be 2 zones away from those other guys. They're hosed.
So you're doing a minor action to move in.
And then I will try and shove him so that hopefully I can cause him to be prone at the bottom of the stairs.
All right. So here's something that you haven't dealt with yet, Yig. You're using like an improvised attack. All right.
Yep.
So a standard improvised attack is 2 dice damage, right, with a quality of stun. Now you can add qualities to your attack if you give me Doom, right? Or you can remove qualities and add qualities. Like if you remove a quality, you can add a new quality for free. So if you want to try to knock him down, you can use an improvised attack, remove the stun, and take a knockdown effect instead. Or you can give me a Doom and have knockdown and stun.
I think I'll give you Doom to have knockdown and stun.
Okay.
And 1 more Doom for an extra die.
Okay, no problem. So it's a difficulty 1.
Yep, difficulty 1. I got 3 dice. You've got some Doom. And I'm going to roll just a regular melee attack.
Yep.
Ooh, I see some low numbers.
Nice.
4 successes, 3 momentums.
All right. So roll your damage, and we'll have a look at the effects.
Come on. 1s and 2s. I don't have a damage for
Just use your improvised weapon because it's the same thing.
the large stick.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
So I can tell you right now, he's going to be
means
stunned and he's knocked down.
Okay, so that means he was going for 2 effects, and so that means because he rolled 2 5s or 6s, he got to do both effects, right?
No, it means his effects, no matter what effects he has, the effects are that much harder to resist. Because for every dice you roll, it costs me that many Doom to ignore that one effect. So he rolled 2 effects, so it would cost me 2 Doom to ignore just one of those effects.
Oh wow. And he also did 3 damage.
Right?
4 damage.
4 damage on top of it.
Because the 2 is worth 2, and each effect is worth 1.
Oh, the 2's worth 2. Oh man, you nailed that guy.
So he is dazed, and he's prone. They don't even have prone in the effects. This is ridiculous.
I'd say for a description of what that looked like, Reigns charges down the stairwell and throws his head into the guy's solar plexus, giving him that stun effect and knocking him down, kind of ramming right into him.
All right. So that's good. All right. So you got a whole bunch of momentum. The maximum it can go up to a 6. Unless you were going to re-roll. Did you want to re-roll any dice? Do you have anything that you wanted to use first?
I could try and re-roll that damage.
Sure.
What is that? Is that just 1 momentum?
Just 1. Depends. Yeah, it's 1 momentum. Yep. So it'll bring you down to 2 if you use it. But it's not from the pool. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that would cap off the pool nicely. And then another mention is, and if I remember this right, at the end of a round of combat, we lose 1 momentum.
1 from the pool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 right now. So let me give you an idea of what you can do. I don't want to tell you what to do. But you can use 1 to reroll that 1 single damage if you wanted to. And then you can actually spend 2 to gain yourself a swift action, which allows you to do a standard action, an additional standard action.
I think I know what I'm going to do then. Because a standard action, I can take that turn to do a minor action and pick up that.
Yes, absolutely.
That stick thing.
Yep, that's right.
Makawidal.
Makawida. Makawadi.
Makawadi. So yeah, I'll re-roll 1 damage
Okay.
or 1, and got nothing out of it. And then use the other 2 to get myself a swift action, and I will pick up that Makawati and ready myself to take on the next foe.
Okay, so I've just added that to your stats, to your character. All right, so
Nice.
let's go up to number 1 here. This warrior, he's going to take a minor action to move into the zone just above you. He's looking at Renz, and he's going to look at him, and he's going to give like some loud tribal war, and he's going to try a threaten attack. He's going to try to stun you somehow by like a large native yell. Okay.
Yep.
So there's no defense against it. I just got to hopefully be able to do it. So it is going to be a difficulty 2 for me because I'm a zone away. Oh no, I'm sorry. You can resist. My apologies. Do you want to try to resist this?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to cost you a doom to do it. So I'll take a doom.
Okay.
All right. So this now becomes a struggle. It's difficulty 2 for me. It is. And I'm going to spend. Oh,
So can I ask you a question?
okay.
I'm sorry.
No
So
problem.
I have like the skill called Courageous. So
Right.
let's say he did that to me.
Right.
I could spend the Doom to resist it, but then well, how does Courageous play in on that?
Courageous
Will I
works like
roll?
a soak. It's almost like armor, right? And it also
Okay.
allows you to. Let me see here. Courageous does. Yeah. So for every point of courageous you have a soak against it, so you resist the damage better. And whenever you roll a discipline test, which is why he's going to have to roll, he would get to re-roll
Okay.
a single d20 if he had it, for example.
Okay. So if he generates focus, he'll generate focus potentially, or not focus. He'll generate. Okay, I'll just see what happens.
Okay.
Right.
So so I've got it set up for a d2. I'm rolling 5 dice total. So let's see what happens. Oh, I got some doom, so it means I lose 2 doom. Oh. Okay, so I succeeded, so I got two successes. So you have to get at least 1 success, 1 momentum to beat it. Is a difficulty 1 for you to resist?
I'm going to give you 1 Doom chip
Okay.
or an extra die. Because this one I'm only 7 in discipline, so I'm hoping that will get me. Oh, yes.
Wow, look at that. So you did succeed, and you actually gained the momentum. So you can put that into the pool if you wanted to, because I don't think you can use it on anything.
Sounds good.
All right, so that was a failure. Let's go to this guy. He is going to run in, and he's going to do a standard action to run directly into you
He
and
moved 2
engage you.
zones.
Yeah,
So that.
that's a standard action for him.
So that. Oh, okay.
But he can't attack now unless I want to spend momentum or doom, and I only got 7.
I see.
So this guy here, he's going to move 1 zone. He's going to shout again at the same type of thing at Ren's. Now it's difficulty 3 because he's so far away. Do you want to try to defend against this?
Yes.
All right, so it's going to cost you 2 doom this time.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to spend 3. I want to roll as many dice as I can. Oh, oh, wow. Okay. I've gotten 2 momentum. Is a difficulty 1 for you to...
Shenanigans.
Yeah, it's a difficulty 1 versus your difficulty 1.
Ah, 2 momentum.
Yep.
I think you're gonna get 3 doom out of this because I'm gonna want those extra dice.
Okay.
So because you got 2 momentum, that means he has to do what?
Okay, so it's not just a matter of getting a success, it's a matter of getting a success and
Ah,
beating the amount of momentum that I got,
and I did not do that.
right? So because he rolled no successes and actually got no momentum, I actually gained I got 2 momentum now that I can use for myself. So for me it works like Doom. So I gain Doom.
I see.
All right. So he the large native shout kind of rattles you for a second, and let's roll some damage. So this is a steely glare. It's a fearsome shouts, and his attire seems to add it. His attire that he's wearing seems to add to the effect of it. So he actually got a bonus to his damage. That's added in.
Like a fearsome visage.
Yeah, exactly. So I got 1 momentum. I'm gonna re-roll that d6. So I'm just gonna roll d6 here. So it's a 2. So I have 5 damage and 2 effects.
Wow. That's brutal.
Especially when his resolve is only 7. And you got no courage or anything like that, do you?
I'm hardy if that counts for anything.
Nope, no, it doesn't. Unfortunate.
Who's resolved? The NPCs?
No, his Renz's resolve is only 7, so he's going to take a mental trauma, because it done more than 5, or it done 5. It done 5 points of resolve damage,
Oh,
and he's going to be stunned.
yikes. How long is he stunned for? 1 round?
The way it works is, let's see here. Ooh, I'm sorry. It also has the area effect as well. So this is going to affect you.
I don't get a chance to use my courageous.
It may help you. So let's just see here now how this works.
I gotta step away from the keyboard, but I got my headset on so I can hear.
So area does the attack affects a wide area and can affect several targets at once. The attack automatically affects any target within reach of the initial target. So 2 of you guys are side by side, so you're in reach, and then 1 additional target within close range. Yeah, after that. Okay. If 1 or more complications are rolled, okay, don't have to worry about that. Individual targets may attempt to defend the reactions against an area attack, but resolve them differently. The target attempt to challenge DT test. Okay, so essentially for you, it's a difficulty 2 to resist. It's going to cost you 1 doom to try it.
Okay.
So
I'll
I'll take a
I'll
doom,
use it.
and it's based on your discipline.
So I can roll it, and I got to get 2 successes basically.
You just have to be successful in this case because it's not a struggle. You just got to beat the difficulty 2.
And so for a difficulty 2, and if I roll 2 dice, that means I have to get 2 successes, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So I want to roll a third dice.
Okay, so I'll take another doom. Or you can spend what's in the pool if you wanted to. It's up to you. There's 6 in the pool right now.
Okay, I'll spend a momentum.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll 3 dice.
Yep. Against the difficulty 2. All right. So you did not succeed.
Okay. I can do courageous and reroll a single d20
Exactly.
on any
Yes.
discipline test.
Yep. So you can just
So
drag
I'm gonna do.
a 20 if you wanted to. Just roll, or just sorry, you can just hit the yellow dot down there. You got to roll a d20.
Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah. So just to change it to the 1 dot down below. There you go. Oh, 3. Okay. Do you have what's your focus in discipline?
It's 2, so I just get 1 success.
Once. Yeah. So you still never passed.
Yep. So I'm stunned too.
Okay. If 1 or more complications are rolled. Okay. So now I got to roll damage against you now. So the effects you okay, so you got stunned as well, but you can give me 2 doom to ignore your stun.
I give you 2 doom.
Okay, so you're not stunned, and you've taken 3 points of vigor or of resolve damage. Now you have a courageous of 1, which gives you
1 stoke.
so you're down to 2. So you take 2 points of resolve damage.
Okay. Nice.
Okay. So Ren's now he's got to tell me if he's going to allow the stun to happen or if he's going to.
He's got to take the doom. We can't if we get stunned, we're
Yeah.
opposed.
I think I will not allow this stun to happen. You could use more doom, I'm sure.
Okay, yep, I'll take it. So that was him, the cult leader. He's not going to do anything. He's staying up there. He's going to let his soldiers look after this. And the last warrior down below here, the one that's knocked down, if I am prone, let's see. Okay, so he's going to take a minor action and stand up, and he is going to draw a weapon from his belt, and he pulls out a dagger.
So he was dazed. So he's no longer stunned.
Yeah, no, he's still stunned. All right. What stun does, it makes things harder. It increases the difficulty of everything that he does now.
Okay, I see.
Or he's staggered. Sorry. So what staggered does? Yeah, he's 1 point. He gets a staggered condition. So okay. So actually, all he can do is stand up because he can't do the two things. All right, so this is a new round. And the pool goes down by 1. And it's your guys' turn again.
Okay. I'm going to take an improvised attack with my large stick on
Okay.
the warrior.
The one that's below you guys?
Yeah, the one that's below.
Okay.
Let me think. So I'm just going to roll a melee attack. He's a difficulty 1.
He's a difficulty 1, yep.
So I have 2 successes, and I got a momentum. So because he's a difficulty 1 and I got an extra success, that gave me the momentum.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
So I have 1 momentum in the pool, and I'm going to roll damage.
Roll your damage, yep.
Okay, let me see if I want to spend this on anything.
You can spend it on a penetration that will ignore an amount of soak equal to twice the momentum spent. So it kind of bypassing his armor to
So Yig,
not
I
let
just
his armor soak up some of the damage.
yes, Yig, I just added your damage from your mental attack, so you're down to 2 resolve now. And you took a trauma.
When do I start babbling to myself?
At around
Okay.
2 wounds. 2 traumas.
Okay, I'll do. So I'm not sure how armor works, but so his armor has some soak.
Yes,
that
it does.
right?
So
Probably.
it just
And,
reduces the overall
like, I
damage
don't-
that's done to him.
Okay, so I don't have any armor, so I don't have any soak, but eventually
Exactly.
I might get some. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna spend my 1 momentum in the pool for penetration.
Okay, well, always roll your damage first, and then you can do whatever you want after that.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna roll damage. So I'm just gonna double click the large stick damage. That's all I gotta do.
Yep.
Nice.
All right, so I've got 2 effects, and so I think he's stunned again with this thing.
Yep. He's going to be staggered
He's-
again, though. And I'm not paying.
Two-
What? Hold on now. Am I going to ignore it? No, I'm not going to ignore it. So he is staggered.
That would be a lot of doom. You'd have to spend like 3 doom to ignore that, right?
I got to spend two doom to ignore it.
Okay.
Because for each
Yeah, 2
effect
doom.
rolled,
Okay, so
yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep, I see it. I'm reading it. So then I also did 2, 3, 4, 5 points of damage to him,
Yep.
right? Unless I want to spend some stuff. So I'm going to spend that momentum on penetration.
Okay, so no problem. So you'll ignore his armor, and with the combined hit from the last time to now, you managed to knock him down, dude. Disable.
Okay, so since he's disabled, do I see a weapon on his body?
Yes, you do. Yeah, he was pulling out a. You can see like a large knife on his belt that he was reaching for.
All right, so since I haven't done my minor action, I'm going to grab that knife.
Okay, no problem. Now, if these guys were toughened characters, they would be able to react if you're doing something that's not a standard action next to them. So, but where these guys are minions, they can't react the same way. So yeah, you can pick it up without fear of an attack because it's almost like an attack of opportunity in D&D. Same type
That
of
makes
idea.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Like if I bend over to pick something up off this guy's body and there's a guy standing right next to me, he could hit me.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna grab that knife
Okay,
and then
I'll drag it to your character sheet now.
Now, can I use a large stick in one hand and a knife in the other?
Yes,
Are
you
there
can. Yep.
okay? Are there disadvantages to using two weapons?
No, there's not. If you have two separate weapons, right, and you're doing a swift action, it's actually easier for you to do a second attack. Because usually, if you have two separate weapons, if you want to do a standard action, or sorry, a swift action, which is a second standard action, it costs you two momentum. But if you have a second weapon in your hand, it actually only costs you one momentum to do an extra attack.
Okay, so based upon that, now that I have this dagger in my hand,
Yep.
I want to spend one momentum and take a swift action on this guy above me.
So that's the thing. You need at least two momentum to do it, and you had the one momentum to use on the piercing. So you don't have enough
Okay,
momentum left. Because what's in the pool can only be used for immediate spends, which is different, or instant spends, not regular
okay,
momentum. Sorry, it's a little confusing.
and so all of those momentum spins up there are only for are all of those are immediate.
All those are immediate spends. Yep.
Okay, so only
Anything there
what
with
I
an
earned.
only whatever's listed with an I, right? You can use from the pool. Everything else needs to be used from
I
what you just
see.
generated, right? So there's not many there that are in the that are there as listed
I
as
see.
instant.
Yeah, there's just the
I
one
see.
second wind.
So next turn, just a question: can I do an attack with both hands? Is that
Yes.
an action, or do I? Okay, I don't have to do a swift action. I don't have to spend momentum to attack with the stick. Like I can attack with the dagger, and
Yep.
then if I don't get momentum, I can still attack with the stick.
No, because no, you need you need to use you need to generate momentum to get a second attack.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. I got
Okay.
it. Yep. Okay. This game's awesome, by the way.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey Yig.
I need something to make me think. 5e's too easy.
Well, this is I'm gonna start making a little bit like this is a very minor encounter. I haven't done anything that I usually do right now, but I am going to yeah. So Yig, your turn. Rens, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to attack Salakan Warrior number 2.
Okay.
He was obviously not his mother's favorite choice if he got number 2. And I think I'll just see how that one goes. Well, I can spend one momentum to gain an extra dice from the pool for that, right?
Well, what I'm going to do, because there's a body on the steps now and has been bludgeoned and there's a little bit of blood around, your footing is a little harder for you to stand up on the steps now. I'm going to spend 2 doom to make your roll a difficulty 2 to attack him.
I definitely want to find a mechanic to use. So, just so because it's been a while since I played, make sure I'm understanding. We can use momentum in the pool or in the chit form
Yep.
to add dice rolls when we're
Yes.
starting to do something.
Yeah.
But then once we've started doing something, then we have to use the momentum that we generated, if any.
Exactly. That's a good way of explaining it.
So I think I'll use one momentum, and I'll give you one doom chit to get 2 more dice.
Oh, because of your talent, right? You have a talent to get 2 more dice?
Uh, I was giving you
Oh, a
one
moment.
momentum
Oh,
for 1 dice, and
okay.
then I'm using one.
Oh, I
Or
got you.
yeah, I'm using one momentum for 1, and then 1 doom for 1.
Okay, no
I don't
problem.
think this guy has that. I think that was on the other character that I had played.
Okay.
I should look at these again though.
So we so we lost 2 momentum.
One. It was at 4. So he spent 1, and he's giving me a doom.
If you notice right above where it's the first one was removed, the GM added a momentum chit.
I see. I see. Yeah.
They're kind of twitchy when you're playing with them. So I got 4
Okay, so
dice,
you can,
difficulty 2.
and so you gave him Doom to get more dice.
Yeah,
Yep.
I spent 1 momentum chit to get a dice without giving him a doom, and then I'm giving him a doom to get 1 more just so I can get 4, because I really
I
want to get
gotcha.
some momentum built up to do something to this guy. So we'll see what I get. 2 momentum, 4 successes.
All right, so you roll your damage.
And that is this one. That's going to be a lot of dice.
Whew, not much damage though. So you can spend 1 momentum to re-roll any of the dice that you want.
Or maybe you could disarm him.
That's what I'm thinking. I can try and I'll use 2 to disarm because he's holding the same type of one-handed weapon, correct? That Makawati.
Makawati, yep.
So I'll spend the 2 momentum to disarm him, and hopefully that'll allow Bran to pick up a more formidable weapon than that knife might be.
Okay.
Hey, Jolly,
Yeah.
you did resolve damage to me, right?
No,
Or did
I did.
did
I should have done 3 or 2 to you.
Okay, am I supposed to do that myself?
Oh yeah, yeah. Best that you did that.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just noticed it was full, and I was like, okay, because I remember I did something with the effect, but
That's right. Yeah, you soaked some of it. Okay, so this weapon has some effects to it. It's on balance, so you have a strength of 9, so it doesn't affect you. It's vicious, so for every additional effect, you do 1 point of damage. So you've actually up to 6 now, and it's fearsome. Okay, so here, so you've done 6 points of damage. You've done enough to kill him.
so you could use that to take a swift action and then move and go ahead another guy then, because you have 2 momentum, right?
Yeah, and since don't need to disarm a guy if he's dead.
So just to
Right,
let you
and
know,
so
just before I forget, the weapon is fragile. So it rolled 2 effects, which means it take 2 dice off the effectiveness of the weapon.
Because those obsidian shards are breaking.
Or break-in, yep.
That's a cool mechanic.
Essentially, once it gets down to, if you look at the weapon, once it gets down to Makawati, once it reaches 3 dice, it becomes a club, essentially. So yeah, so you got your 2 momentum there. It's entirely up to you now what you want to do.
I think I'll do a swift action. Is that other guy in the zone? He's not.
He's not in the
you
zone.
haven't moved yet. But you haven't moved yet, so you
That's
can do
right.
it, I think.
You can do a
So
minor
I can
action
move
to
up
move.
to him
Yep.
and attack him.
And attack him. Yep. All right. So because this is your second action, it's a swift action. It's going to cost you it's going to be a difficulty 2 by default. And I'm going to spend 2 doom to make it a difficulty 3. Because you're jumping over a body as you're moving up to swing do your next attack.
Then go ahead and give yourself 2 more back, so I can get 2 more dice in my pool,
All right.
and I'll swing away. So that's pretty good. Let me roll damage.
Oh, now you
See how
never
that
took the
goes.
damage off your Makawati, so bring that down to 5. Or did you? Did you take it off?
I did not. It was at,
Man,
I think it was at 4.
It should, yeah, it
So
should
if
have
I
been at
take
4.
that was all.
2, then I should be at 2.
It was 6 at first, right? So this time make it a 4 and then roll your damage.
It was a 4 when I rolled that 6
Oh,
die
it was?
6.
Okay. Oh, and plus your extra damage. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, so I think now that it's
Yeah,
at
because
2, if I do this,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a great roll.
not as awesome of a roll. But with that 1 momentum, I can
Re-roll those 2 dice.
add +1 to damage on a successful attack, or
Yep. You can add 1 point of
re-roll
vigor
the 2
damage.
dice,
Yeah, it's up to you.
right?
That is correct.
1 guaranteed, or potentially more. Right now we're sitting at 3 damage. 6 killed the guy before, but it might not. It might need that 5 or 6 to do it. I think I'll spend momentum to re-roll 2 of them, and got an effect.
Okay. So, right now, you've done a total of, well, you got 4 effects the first time, right?
Yeah, but that one we were ignoring, I think.
No, that was right, because you had your 4 plus your 2 melee damage, so you rolled 6 total. So that was correct. Because it was at 6 that brought it down to 4, and this was that particular dice. So, you actually did a lot of damage already, because it's vicious already. So for each effect, you've done an extra point of damage. So you've done 8 there. And then your reroll adds it to, makes it a 10. But your weapon is now a club. Just to let you know.
So how does that work? So it says I have, like, I'll buy a city dagger. I have 6 damage. When I roll that, I'm going to roll extra die because I'm strong.
Exactly.
But
Yep.
what determines that? That's
Is
under
your
brawn, I guess.
It's on your brawn. Yep. And 9, I think it's 9 or a 10 gives you +1. 11 to 12 gives you +2, and 13 and 14 gives you +3.
So I get 2 extra die, basically.
Yep.
Okay. Good job, Renz.
So you completely slaughtered him. Okay, so that's those turn. Yeah. This guy is going to move up into the same zone. He's going to do a minor action, and this time here he is going to. He's cursing and he's looking at you even sterner, and he's doing a very vicious battle cry. Okay. Do you want to try and defend against a threat attack?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1. I'm going to spend 3 dice, or 3 doom, to get all my dice. And willpower, sociology. And I only got 1 success. So, you get to defend. A discipline roll.
What difficulty?
Difficulty 1. Well, you're just trying. Yeah, it's a difficulty 1. Yep. Oh no, it's difficulty 2 because you got a trauma. You're already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's difficulty 2 for you.
I'll give you a doom shit for 1 more die.
Okay.
And let's see what I can get on this discipline roll. No successes. Oh my, I should have spent more doom.
Wow. Okay. So I actually beat you by 1. So I gained the momentum. So I will take that. So I'm going to roll my damage. See, the one thing I like about this game is that you can build these ultimate warriors, right? But you can get taken out with threat attacks because of, they could be weak-willed. You know what I mean? So it's a give and take the whole time. Like everyone, you can be like it's almost like a house of cards. It looks really impressive, but you can get brought down relatively easy. Okay, so he is successful. He's going to roll his Steely Glare. And, I'm going to re-roll 3 dice. So I'm going to spend the Doom.
You don't have to. You can just leave him.
There, that's a little bit better. Alright, so I got another effect, and so I got 2 effects and 4 damage total. Do you want to get stunned? Do you want to resist the stun effect?
I will resist the stun effect.
So that's going to cost you 1. I have a special ability, or this warrior has a special ability. It's called Fear is Power. It's a Doom spend. After a threat attack is rolled, the warrior may spend 2 Doom to increase the momentum of that threat attack by 1. If this causes a tie, or a roll is already a tie, the warrior can still break the tie by spending 1 Doom, and then use the Doom spend. So essentially, I gain 1 extra momentum. So I have one more Doom, and I'm going to add plus 1 more damage to the overall roll. So it's up to 5 resolve.
Oh my god, that's brutal. So you just did 5 more resolve damage to him?
All right. Renz, what you tell me? This is a good learning opportunity. How much damage are you going to take from this after you take 5?
I'm probably going to take another wound or another trauma.
Okay, so you're going to take
or
a trauma.
2 traumas. If I have 2 resolve left, that's all I can kind of soak up with that, isn't it?
Yep. So you've taken more than 5 in 1 round, or 5 or more in 1 round. So that's 1 trauma, right?
Yep.
And you've now reached 0. So that's the second trauma.
2 trauma. So at this point, I'm going to wet myself.
Yes. The fear and the terror that you're getting from these tribal warriors and the skulls from the masks, you're seeing something like this.
Everything about this guy is pointy.
So any more damage, resolve damage, he's going to take another trauma.
At this point, because he's at 0, yep. I was expecting him to pass that, but I didn't realize how low his mental fortitude was. So Renz is becoming visibly shaken.
It's interesting because it does point to that if you focus too much on a character, you can unbalance them for the variation of attacks they can receive. So with this one, you said it was created by Ranzarok. It looks like he really wanted that brawn, he wanted that killing ability.
Yep.
But his resolve is relatively low compared to his vigor.
Exactly.
What did he set? What did he set your willpower score to? Like 6?
Let's see, what is it? 7.
So is that what affects your resolve, your willpower?
It is, yep. All right. So he's visibly shaken, and now the cult leader, he is going to starts to mumble. And he is going to cast a spell. You think it's a spell. Alright, so let's see. It's going to cost me 1 resolve to cast it. Sorcery.
So just confirm, I've got no resolve left, and I've got 3 trauma. Is that correct?
That is correct. And every time that you got to do a mental resistance roll or anything that deals with a mental skill, it's at difficulty 3 now because you have 3 traumas. Okay, so here is the spell. I'm not going to tell you what the spell is. Do you wish to... oh, sorry, wrong one. December. So this is a difficulty 1. I'm going to spend some doom. Shit. 1, 2, 3 to roll as many as I can. This guy is a nemesis, so he's a little stronger. Wow, I hit with 4 momentum. Wow. Okay, so I got 4 momentum.
Run away,
Rain's-
Reds.
Rain's never left that ziggurat, and some say he's standing there still.
Okay, so he's generating a spell. You see, now this is the different thing about magic. Magic is different in this. Just because I cast a spell doesn't mean it's actually happened yet. And this particular spell, he's up there forming the spell. I could either spend Doom to allow him to cast it right away, or I can wait till the next round. Right? Because he's formed the spell. He's generating the spell. So he got. Go ahead.
And I can try to interrupt him, right?
You can try to kill him beforehand. Yeah.
What if I daze him?
Yes, that would definitely do something like that.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
All right, so I've generated 4 Doom because of that. 2. And I'm going to go into the next round. Momentum goes down by 1. Usually it's your guys' turn, but I'm going to go first this time. I'm going to spend the Doom to go first. And the cult leader is going to cast his spell.
You shouldn't have said anything, man. I didn't realize he was going to do us dirty like that, Renz.
So he's going to take a minor action to move up to the next zone. He is looking at... Okay, if it's even, he's going for Renz. So it's odd. All right, so he's targeting Bran. Uh, you see like some sort of force, energy pattern, some sort of motion coming out from his hands as he's chanting, and it's coming towards you. Do you want to try to resist this?
Absolutely.
All right, it's going to cost you one doom. All right, and you need to. It's going to be a struggle against acrobatics versus his sorcery attack or his ranged attack. So I need to make a ranged attack first. So here, and sorcery. I'm spending 3 doom to roll many, 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 many dice.
May you get complications.
Oh, that's not very nice.
No, but it's honest.
I feel like I said I was going to stun him, and you spent some doom to cast your spell. I'm not liking this.
You know what they say? Open table at the open talk at the table is always a bad thing.
Well, yeah. Now that I know, now that I know how you are, it's on now.
Hey, I got doom. I want to spend it. So it's a difficulty
somebody's
2.
been giving you doom.
It's a difficulty 2 because of the range. So so let's roll some dice, see what happens. So I was successful. I did roll a complication. All right, so I lose 2 doom. So I hit with 1 momentum. So you need to dodge and get at least. You got to beat that.
So it's a difficulty 1.
Is it difficulty
2?
1? Wait, no, I did it to
Okay.
Renz. I'm going to do it to you. I'm going to spend 2 doom, and I'm going to make that a difficulty 2 because you're standing on top of 2 bodies, and the blood is rolling down, and you're trying to pick up the weapons. So it's a difficulty 2
Okay, so it's a difficulty
acrobatics.
2,
Yep.
and I need to get 2 successes.
You need to get at least 1 momentum to tie it.
Okay, so I got to get 3 successes. Okay, so
Yeah.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to, can I spend a momentum out of my pool?
Yes, you can, to add a dice. Yep.
So I'm going to do that, and I'm also going to spend a fortune.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm going to roll 3 dice.
Yep.
Actually, 4 dice.
One of those is going to generate a 1. All right. So you were successful, and you beat my momentum by 2, so you get generated 2 momentum, and you dodge the attack.
Do I get to keep that momentum?
That momentum is yours. Now you can actually do a swift action right now if you wanted to.
Well, I'd have to move. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a swift action, steely glare at the cult leader.
Okay. He is not going to resist, and it's going to be a. Let me see. Is a difficulty 2.
So it's difficulty 2, and I'm going to spend the remaining 1 momentum to roll an extra dice.
Okay. Yep.
And can I? Yeah, let's just do. Can I give you a doom and roll another dice?
Absolutely.
All right, so I'll give you a doom and roll 4, and so now I'm going to do a. I have to roll. It's an attack, right?
Yeah. So for your threat attack, it's a persuade. Is your persuade skill?
Did not succeed.
You did not.
Man. All right.
Oh yeah, that was
on
your
his
swift
turn,
action
so I
too,
think it's
right?
my-
Yeah. That was your
Yeah,
swift
yeah.
action. Yep. So realistically, that would have been a difficulty 3 because you're 1 range away from him. plus your swift action. But it doesn't matter. You never rolled enough anyway.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay, now I know. I won't do that again.
All right, so you did your swift action. So actually, you know something? I'm going to spend another doom, and I'm going to let my warrior go first this time.
Yeah. So Renz and I still haven't had a turn. So
Exactly. I'm stealing all the actions this round. So he's going to move up to engage Renz as he's kind of, shaking off and kind of shuddering in his boots right now, and he's going to attack. Do you wish to defend?
Yes.
All right. See, I could be a real jerk now and do another threat attack, which makes it like a difficulty 4 for you to defend against, but I'm not doing that. All right, so he is going to attack. Did you want to try and parry?
Yes, I think I've got a talent that.
So why would you not want to
Deflection.
defend? Why would you not want to defend?
Because, first of all, you may not want to give me any doom. Number 2, where it's just a minion, he may not be able to do that much damage against you anyway. So it reduces. Like, it all depends if you're trying to generate momentum. Momentum is what you guys always
I
want,
see.
right? So you can just hope that
Yeah.
it doesn't hit you that bad, or you can actually try to defend and generate momentum. But the thing is, you also got to look at generating doom too, because if you roll 20s, bad things can happen.
Right.
Yeah, it's that risk versus reward. And personally, I think since I'm a Savage Worlds player, I think that it's kind of like the Benny economy. The Doom economy must be flowing back and forth for the game to really be interesting, I think.
Like, a lot of players
It's a
are
g-
afraid to give doom, and I can't recommend it enough. Give me as much doom as you can, because that makes everything interesting for everybody.
It adds tension to the game. Like this case, where we're already thinking of what we're going to do, but then the drugs kind of yanked out from underneath us, and now we're going to have to scramble to react to what they do. I think it makes it a more interesting game. So this deflection, when making a defend reaction against the parry skill, you can reduce the number of points added to Doom by 1. Does that come in account
It
for
does.
this?
Yep. So that would actually just your first one is actually 0,
Perfect.
so it doesn't cost you any doom.
So then, if another guy attacked him, he could only use that deflection once per round. Or
Well, see, the way it works is a parry is a reaction, so every reaction you take costs 1 doom, and then it increases 1 extra every turn, or every other time. You can react 5 times, but each reaction is going to cost you one extra doom. So if you react 5 times, that last time is actually 5 doom to do it. So
Okay.
deflection
So the
takes
deflection hit his second. So his second reaction would cost 1 doom now. Okay.
exactly.
That's
Yeah,
how it would work.
it's like a
Okay,
little
awesome.
bonus to have, right? All right. So you're going to parry, which you have. He is going to spend 3 doom. This is the first time they're actually going to get a chance to attack. Oh, look, I lost 2 doom. So, yeah, so I hit and generated 2 momentum.
What difficulty is this roll going to be for me?
Well, it's a difficulty 1. I was
he
going to
has-
make it higher, but I only got
So
3
he has
left.
to generate 2 momentum. So he's got to get a success plus 2 more successes just to parry it.
To tie it. He's actually got to beat it, because I can spend the doom to A player will always beat a tie, like by itself. A player always wins, but a GM can spend one doom to break the tie in his favor, right? So,
Yeah, it sounds like he should spend some fortune. Sounds like he should spend some fortune on this one if he's got a good.
so he's coming in, he's charging at you with this large Makawati, and we've seen what that thing can do, how it affects.
How how do I regenerate fortune? Is there a method
You,
for that?
yeah, there is. There's a couple of things you can do. The first one that comes offhand is by choosing to fail a roll, a skill. You can say, no, I'm going to fail this skill and take a fortune. So it's a sacrifice. I got to look at the other ones. I can't remember the other ones offhand. Hey, we just got a new subscriber. Thank you, Justin. The guy named Harry. It's just another guy named Harry. Ah, that's a good one. Welcome to the stream.
You got a guy on Twitch watching it?
Yeah, we got our one viewer. Thank you. I just reached a whole new level.
All
Anyway,
right, just don't ask him to pronounce ziggurat.
no, I won't. I'll make it a contest. First person to say it right. Okay, so yeah, I was looking up the reference manual. Fortune, fortune, fortune. See, this is where it would be so much easier if it was. This is why this
I
rule
gotta
set
step away.
sucks. Yeah.
I gotta step away for 10 seconds. I gotta put my headset down. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I got to figure out how to get the momentum or fortune. Okay, so I actually got to look it up in the PDF because I can't find it in the rule set.
I think I found that. It's regaining fortune points. It's in chapter 9. Game Master may sometimes award a fortune point to a single player in the group for a particularly noteworthy action. Perhaps one player came up with a perfect plan to thwart the enemy, made a bold sacrifice for the benefit of the group, gave a memorable in-character speech, or perhaps uttered a funny quip that diffused tension and made... That's essentially like a Benny, being awarded a Benny. Other times, Game Master may choose to award fortune points to all the players based on their progress in the campaign, or during the transition between key scenes. Fortune points make excellent rewards when characters reach a certain narrative milestone, defeat an important villain, solve a mystery, or survive a tense encounter. They can also be spent immediately and thus provide instant gratification. Fortune points and their uses are described prior, and in using fortune in chapter, that sentence is not very well structured. As a general guideline, the Game Master should award players with 1 to 3 fortune points per hour of gameplay, depending on the course of play and the rate they are being spent. So I was looking at my character sheet, and it looks like I can spend 1 fortune, and it now may not be the time, but I'm just looking at the options. I can spend 1 fortune to fully regenerate my resolve. I would still have those 3 traumas, but I would at least have the pool of resolve again.
That's right.
So I think, since I'm down to 2 fortune, I'm going to hold off right now using a fortune. I think I'll give you 3 Doom Chits to get 3 more dice.
Okay.
And roll my parry. Because it's 12, I'm pretty hopeful I can get what I need. Difficulty 1, correct?
Difficulty 1, yep.
There we go.
Pressure's on.
Oh, not enough.
Oh, not enough. So I gain 1 doom from the momentum. All right, so I'm going to roll damage. You don't have any armor, do you? Because you guys
Uh,
haven't.
I've got like some really thick chest hair that might be soaking some of that damage.
You got to spend that fortune, man. You should spend that fortune.
I think I should have.
Okay, so
Wow, 7 dice 6.
wow, I only did 6 points of damage. I got 1 momentum to spend if I want to, but I'm not going to. I'm going to keep that. And so this weapon does a total of 6 points of damage to you. Oh, hold on now. It actually does more than that because it has vicious. So it does 8 points of vigor damage, or 8 points of vigor damage total. It also has the fearsome quality. The attack, as you see these jaded and sharded obsidian daggers rake across your skin and your chest, the cuts are so terrifying to you and so gruesome that it actually causes some mental damage. You take 2. You take. You're actually going to take 2. 2 resolve damage.
Dude, you're getting brutalized, man. This is not right.
That's where I still don't have that resolve. Uh, can I like, as an instant action or anything, recharge my resolve before I take this damage?
Seeing that you're only learning, I will allow you to spend that to do what you said you were going to do.
And then I just remove 2 from the resolve
Yeah,
that I just gained.
that's right.
What button did you click to make it tell us to make it automatically restore your resolve?
There's the little dice button next to the trauma and next to the wounds, and if you hover over that, it tells you that what it's doing. And it looks like, let's go over and take a look. Yep, it automatically
Nice.
pulled one of the fortune points off to do it. So there is some automation that they created for this, which is good.
Cool.
Yeah,
Now with that 8 points of vigor, does that give me a wound?
that will give you a wound. Unless it brings you to 0. Does it bring you to 0? It will give you 2 if it does.
No, I still have 5 left. That's where I had 13 starting, so now I'm down to 5.
All right.
So that
And I
gives
think it's
me
finally
a
our
nice
turn.
bloody gash.
All
All
right.
right. Can we have a turn now, DM?
Oh yeah, I guess. I guess. Poor Renz is getting
If you must.
shit kicked out of him.
All right. I'm ready to kill somebody.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm all set. So you're gonna move in because you did a swift action to attack, to the threat attack. That didn't work out for you. But you still have a standard action and a minor action left.
Yep. So I have a standard action. Yep. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna move to there
Okay.
if I can.
Yep.
Okay. And I got the warrior 3 target. Okay. So I'm gonna try to generate some momentum on this.
All right then. Let's go for it.
So he's a difficulty 1,
Yep.
and
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
hit him with I'm gonna swing my obsidian dagger at him, but I'm also gonna spend a fortune,
Oh, okay.
and I'm gonna give you a doom,
I'll take a doom.
so I could do 4 die.
That was almost a 20 on my screen. I don't know about yours, but that was almost a 20.
Yeah, it looked
right.
like it was going to hang there
So
for
I-
a second.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, silence, silence. Bran is rolling. Okay. So I generated 4 momentum. Okay. All right, good. And let me go to damage now.
Yep.
So let me think about what I could do with this. damage. Can I roll the damage and then spend my momentum, or do I got to spend the momentum
Always
now?
roll your damage first, because that way you can
All right, I'm gonna
decide
roll
to
it.
do what you want after. Holy
Look at all
crap!
those dice.
Yes. So, but now this dagger's at 2 damage, right? I got to adjust it down to 2.
No, this one here doesn't have fragile. This thing is a
Okay, so it does have unforgiving.
yep.
Okay, it was okay, but it wasn't affected by an exploit action.
Okay,
So that
yeah,
doesn't really count.
that's right.
It does have vicious 1 and hidden.
Yeah, so the hidden
Oh,
doesn't
it does
really.
have fragile. It has
Does it? Oh, it does
it
at
has
the bottom.
fragile
Yeah,
1.
it does right at the very bottom. Okay. Yeah, so you subtract. Roll 3 effects, so that brings it down. You subtract 3 from the damage
4. Oh, 3.
for each effect
It's
rolled.
at 3 now.
Yeah, it's at
Okay.
3.
Oh, I see.
Like
Okay,
it was
so,
at 4 beforehand, right?
um,
It was at 4 beforehand, so you
Yeah,
subtract
yeah.
3
No,
from it
it was
now,
it was at
wasn't it?
it was
What
at
was it?
6.
Oh, it was at 6. Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it was 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So it's at 3 now. Okay, so let me just make sure I got this. So he basically did 3 from the effects plus another 3 from the vicious damage.
Exactly.
And then I did so that's 6, so and then 10. So he did 11 damage on this guy.
You're
Basically.
close.
And then okay, ooh.
You're close. Your math was off by 1 because you did it. Your base roll is 8 points of damage, right? That's counting the 3 effects. But vicious gives you 3 more, so
Yep.
that's 11.
Yeah, 11. So he did 11 damage.
Yeah. So you don't even
Right?
have to worry
Okay,
about
good.
piercing. You got enough to kill him. So you don't even have to worry about
Yep.
doing anything extra. So you still have
Okay.
4 momentum.
Okay. Now, if I can put that momentum in there for him to use to finish off this cult leader, maybe, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's. Let me see what else I could do. I mean, I can't make it to him. I can't really move anywhere unless I wanted to do a no mercy, not a no mercy. Oh, I could have done a no mercy too and re-rolled some of that damage. Yeah, steely glare. I don't want to do steely glare because my persuasion stinks. Okay, I'm just gonna give that momentum to Rands and cheer him, and I'm gonna say, "Get him!"
All right.
All right, man. Use it all.
What's he going to do?
Finish him.
He's wounded and bleeding. So he's moving over, so that's a minor action.
And what difficulty is it to hit him?
Well, it's going to be a difficulty 2. He's going to parry, depending on what he has for a weapon here. Now, let me see. Yeah, so he's he's going to parry. So it's going to cost 1 for him to parry. So it's a rate for you now. It's a difficulty 2 because of your wound.
So I'll use 2 momentum to get myself 2 more dice.
Okay.
And I'll give you 1 doom for my final dice.
You gotta burn that fortune, man. I'm telling you, this is too important.
And I'm confident that the melee is pretty strong with this character. What he's really built around.
Wow, you actually got 2 dice that failed to get a hit by 1.
Yeah.
But you did hit. So yeah. So roll your damage. You got 2 momentum. Oh, sorry. Don't roll yet. I gotta defend. I said I was gonna parry.
So how did he get? Oh, because his 3 is under his focus number, so he generated a momentum from that. That was like 2 successes.
Exactly.
Let's see.
So he is a nemesis. He is going to spend 1 to roll 3 dice. And it's a difficulty 1. So let's roll. So I succeeded and got 2 momentum, which ties yours. I am not going to break the tie. So you are successful, but you have no momentum.
So I'll roll damage.
Okay, so that's 4. It's still it's not a club yet. So, or is it?
I've got 2 damage left in the box for the attack.
Okay, yeah. So that means it is a club now. So it pretty much loses its. Okay. Roll 1 extra d6.
You want like the momentum spin reroll or just a standard
Yeah,
dice?
you just do it that way. That's fine. Yeah, use the momentum spin. All right, because you're supposed to attack as if it was a club. So I'm gonna drag a club to your screen there going forward, and we'll get rid of the Makawati.
I'm going to spend 4 rounds stuffing bits of obsidian back into Makawati.
Well, there's 2 laying on the ground still, so we're good.
Okay, so you did. Let's see. You did a total of 6 points of vigor damage. You got 2 effects. So he is stunned, and I think club has knockdown. I'm pretty sure it does. It does, and he's knocked down. So let me do the damage here. You caused a wound.
And then it should be my turn again because that we're still on the same round, unless he wants to spin doom and take his turn.
Yeah, pretty much. So he's taken. He takes a wound, and he's down to here. He's down to 2. All right. New round. Momentum goes down to 1. Who wants to go first?
I'll go. Now he's prone, right?
He is prone. Yep.
So what does that do for my attack?
Let me find out exactly what it does. If you attack him, you gain 2 points of momentum. If you're successful.
Okay. Yep. Okay, and then is that knockdown? Was that an exploit attack?
No. Exploit attack is, say you're going to try and do like um, the best way to describe
Like
an
a
exploit
grapple?
is you're going to try to take advantage of someone, and you're going to try to use a dagger is good for doing like these sneak attacks, for example, or looking for weak spots. So an exploit is you looking for like a weak spot and then using that dagger to get maximum effect. And Unforgiving gives you a lot of extra damage, extra features,
Okay.
So it's like taking
Okay.
advantage of someone.
Okay, so I'm going to roll an attack against this cult leader
Okay, so you use the minor action to move up.
with Yep. And I'm going to use my obsidian dagger, which is at
Okay.
3, so
Yep.
it's still a dagger. And I'm gonna go ahead and spend. I'm gonna give you a doom
Okay.
and spend a third die.
No problem. He is not going to defend. Okay, so you hit
Okay.
with momentum. Look at the momentum you generated with 3 dice.
Yep.
Crazy.
So 4 momentum.
Yep.
So now I'm going to roll my damage.
Yep. So your dagger now completely shatters because there's more effects than what's left in the damage.
Yep.
But
So we can delete that. It's gone.
it has a
And
vicious
so
1.
he's gonna take 6. So he's gonna take 8, 9 damage.
That is correct. Yep.
And I'm going to use some of that momentum to. Is he wearing? Does he look like he's wearing armor or no?
He's just wearing clothing.
Okay. I'm gonna do 2 momentum and do a called shot, and I'm gonna hit him right in the head with that dagger, like right in his eye.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So that where his armor is pretty much his body is pretty much covered by armor all the way around, and there's no particular weaker spot for it. So a called shot is for attacking a piece of clothing or a part of the body that's not covered by any type of armor or like a weaker part,
Yep.
or by attacking a person in a group. You can single out a target in a group.
Okay.
So a called shot right now is not really going to do you any benefit. But what you could do is,
Okay, I was gonna. Okay.
but if you wanted to, you can do your swift attack, or you can use it to do extra damage, or whatever, right? But his overall soak is 1, so doing a called shot is just a waste of momentum for you.
Okay. So so I have 4 momentum. I'll go ahead and do a swift attack, and then put the rest in the pool for Rands to use.
All
So I'm
right.
gonna do a swift attack and hit him with the large stick.
No problem.
Difficulty 1 still.
It's difficulty 2 now because it's a swift action, and he's not
Okay,
going
it's
to
difficulty
defend.
2.
Yep.
And I generated another momentum.
Yep.
Um,
So you roll your damage.
and I'm gonna roll damage. So he gets 3 more damage.
He takes 3 more damage, but now you just generated another momentum. You can roll the 3 dice that didn't do anything for 1 momentum.
Actually, I always forget that. I got what is it? No mercy.
Yes.
I can reroll 2 for free.
Oh, okay. Do that.
And
then you can use your momentum after, I think. So you're up to 4.
Yep. So, okay, and I'll use that momentum to re-roll that 1.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And
No.
it didn't do anything. All right, so he took 4, and I think there's still 2 momentum that goes in the pool because I had 4
I just
and
added
1
it.
and I
Yep.
spent 3.
I just
Oh,
added
I'm sorry.
just
Okay.
above, yep.
I'm trying. I'm not trying to. I'm not managing you. I'm just
Oh,
like
no,
trying
that's
to keep. I'm just trying to like make sure I understand what's happening. So I'm talking out loud.
And
All right,
some
and then I'm done.
I prefer that because like I'm just kind of going ahead and just because I know what you're kind of doing, so I'm just making it faster. But by you talking, it makes sure that I'm doing it right, and it means that other people are learning too. So keep doing
Okay.
what you're doing, 100%.
All right. Thanks. Yes, sir. All right.
So-
and then I am done.
You're done, and yeah. So that last club wound, that the big stick just actually brained them. Would you like to describe this?
Yeah, so I came down with a blow. I pulled a stick behind my head and came down with full force and hit him right like on his skull between his eyes, and it just kind of like caved in, and then blood started running out of his ears. So I think I killed him.
The people that were on the pedestal and the people that were watching down below are gone in complete panic. They weren't expecting this fight to break out. Like it just never happened before, and you can see that a lot of people are running in the disarray, and but you can tell that there's other soldiers coming, and it's entirely now. You know, you probably got a few more minutes now before you're surrounded again by more.
Okay, so what kind of weapons are each guy looks like they have one of those makawakis and
They do.
a
Yep.
dagger. So
Yep.
so I'm gonna grab one of the clubs and a dagger,
Okay. Yep.
and then maybe Rents will do the same. Does
Yep.
it look like we'll be able to run down the front of the pyramid, or they come in that direction?
They're going to be coming. They look like they're going to be coming up the steps from where the bodies were,
Uh,
where the bodies were being dumped down from. Right.
okay. What do you think, Rents?
Are there any other means of egress that we can see?
Probably. You came up kind of the back way through the tunnel, and the stairway's on the back. You might be able to get down that way.
After grabbing a makawati and a sitting dag for myself, I suggest
Oh,
we
sorry.
should go that direction.
Okay, so you guys are grabbing the two Makawatis that are not damaged, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I'll discard the big stick and the club.
And whatever the cult leader, if the cult leader has a dagger, I'll just grab his since
Yeah.
I'm standing right here.
He just had a dagger, so I'll drag that over to you now. Items. Oh, sorry, I shared that to you instead of giving it to you.
I'm a patron of Jade PQ or however you say them too. I haven't seen that map you got from them though. They have really good stuff.
Who was that again?
The guy who did that map, however you say it, JPQ.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a patron, so I download all their stuff.
So you're each grabbing an obsidian dagger, and you each got a brand new Makawati. Okay, so it looks like the guards are starting to gather their wits, and they're starting to rush up the steps. Is there anything else you want to do very quickly before you run?
Real quick, is the undamaged Bakawati 8 or 4?
8. Or sorry, no,
All right.
it's 4 plus your own damage. So the new one I gave you should have been.
Okay, it's 4. Yes,
Yeah.
and the dagger's 6, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay. All right. I had to fix the dagger. Which way you want to go? Yigiborn.
Oh, it looks like the dagger should be 3, sorry. I think it
Okay.
adds...
My
and
last
what-
dagger was...
Yeah, because one of the things I forgot is that it doesn't take into a strength... The NPCs don't take into account the strength attacks, their strength bonuses. So you got to manually add it in, and when I dragged it over, I actually gave you the manually added bonus for their strength. That's what happened
So
there.
So I did a little extra damage. I did a little extra damage with that dagger then.
It's all good. It's all good. And what about you, Renz? What are you
So you
going?
want to go down to?
Yeah, if we go, sounds like the direction we came from has less guards or no guards coming up it right now. Because it's on the back side of the ziggurat, and they may not have seen what's been going on. If I understood that
Yep,
properly.
you are.
I agree.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. This is at the end of this particular scene, so everyone regains all their resolve and all their vigor back to maximum. Not your wounds. Your wounds are still the same. Now you can try and help a person heal their wounds by talking to him, like calming him down, especially when it comes to mental. Uh, you can try to console him, counsel him to help treat the wounds or the traumas.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I would like to. Yep.
but you're not going to get a
Definitely want
chance to do that yet because you're not going to have a sit down chance and talk to him while he's yet anyway.
All right. I'm gonna scream at him. Do you want to live forever? That was straight out of Conan, guys. That was funny.
Do you want to live forever? It's also straight. When I hear that, I always think of Starship Troopers, though.
So do I. You apes want to live forever?
Yeah.
Okay, so the guards are starting to run up the steps, and you see a chance to run out the back, all right, and down the way that you came. I am going to. Do you remember? How do can you tell me what you're going to do? What's your plan? This is a new scene, so we're going into a new scene now. So you're trying to escape. So what is it between these actions? What is it you're going to try and do?
Okay, so we weren't the last of the blue guys, right? There were
No,
other
there's more.
prisoners behind us, right?
Yep, there's more.
Yeah, and so we're gonna run down the back, and then with my obsidian knife, I'm gonna start releasing the prisoners and putting them out in front of us so that they can assist us with our escape.
Okay, fair enough. So
We know when we were stripped of our gear. Have we seen the location where our gear might be?
your gear was brought with you by some of the people that had that captured you, but you lost track of those particular people when you went into the tunnel. But I'm going to get you to do a, let's see. Let's see. You're going to do I'll make both of you guys do a difficulty 2 insight roll. And you can go in any order that you want. To see if you can remember an idea of where they put your gear.
Can I give you Doom to get more dice for this insight roll?
Absolutely.
I'll give you 2 Doom for 2 more dice.
Okay.
Four successes, 2 momentum.
So, do you have any creative uses you would like to use for your momentum? What do you think is something good that can happen with 2 extra momentum?
Can we arm some of these prisoners we freed with maybe some clubs or something nearby to just give them their rocks on the ground we can arm them with?
We could break their sticks.
Yep, you can do that. So that's not going to be a problem. As you're running by, you can kind of release them and break the sticks and arm them with a bunch of clubs if you wanted to. but you got 2 momentum. So what's some of the things that you can do with this momentum? Do you think, like as a player, you say, okay, you're kind of trying to remember where they put your stuff, and if you can see if you can find it, or think back to it. So you've succeeded in remembering where it was or where you think it is. So as a player, you can say, well, I want to try to use the momentum to find it as fast as I can, find some extra stuff, maybe whatever. But it's entirely up to you how you want to spend it. Like, we have our fixed ones that they suggest in the book, but you also have other ways of spending it if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. We want to find our gear because that'll give us a better quality weapon that doesn't deteriorate over use.
Yep.
Or if it does, it's not near as quick. And then armor and maybe we can remove the blue paint so we don't stand out as potential sacrifices, and maybe we're just, visiting friends from the nearby. we're gonna stand out for these people
I don't think they're
anyways.
gonna buy
I'm
it.
afraid.
Yeah.
Two big giant white guys. That's
Yeah,
not
who are
gonna
those
work.
big white guys with blonde hair?
What if we stick feathers in
They're
our
not.
hair?
Oh, don't worry. They're not the ones that killed the boss.
No, those were 2 other white guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I like your idea of spinning the momentum to find our stuff. That sounds like a good idea.
Because you can keep your momentum and save it for the next scene, or you can try to think of something creative to come up with it.
I mean, I can we light this ziggurat on fire as we're releasing these guys?
I would
Anything
say
for a distraction.
Yeah, I would say
Some sort of distraction.
in every role-playing game ever. Can we burn it down? You see that there has been a couple of cooking fires and a couple of fires and stuff along where the crowds have been. If you want to spend the momentum, you can say that momentum or that the stuff is close enough for you to light a fire. So,
I mean, anything we do to create more panic.
Yep.
I just imagine there's people running everywhere. So if we were to light the ziggurat on fire and any buildings nearby on fire,
so the way I would
do to make people.
Yep. So the way I would do that, which is a good idea, for every momentum that you spend to cause a distraction, I will make it a extra difficulty higher for them to find you. For the rolls, to make it harder.
You want to spend 2 difficulty, or 2 to the 2 momentum, Born?
Yeah. As long as we can still hopefully find our gear pretty easily.
So you think you remember seeing one of the your captors walk a little farther in behind the son of a bitch, the ziggurat, son of a
Ziggurat.
god damn it, a ziggurat. You think you've seen him head off behind the back part of the ziggurat, going with your stuff. It's in that direction. You're pretty sure you saw him go that way, in behind. So you have an idea of where it is.
Now, can we use we got 2 doom in a pool, and then we've got 2 momentum in a pool, and then we got 2 momentum floating in the ether that
Yeah,
I just generated.
That's right. So
we can spend all of that.
You can spend it all now if you wanted to make it really hard for them to try to find you, or you can spend 2 of it to find. Right now, you're successful of knowing where it is, in the direction that it is. You can use that momentum instead of causing the distraction to know specifically where it is, to see it, to find it faster. It's.
Let's just split it. Let's just 2 momentum to find it, 2 momentum to start lighting things on fire, creating a distraction. Does that work?
Well,
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he's only got. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you got 2 in the pool. That's right. So yeah, you can do that if you want.
I think
Yep.
that's our best plan. That benefits us and hinders them at the same time.
Okay. So, uh, you kick over a couple of pots and kind of start a fire and a little distraction there. You remember, and as you go around the corner, as you're looking for your gear, you can see like a small stone shack over there with a pile of items that are there. And on top of the pile is some of your recent belongings. But not everything is there. Only some of it is there. But because you were, what would you like to find? If you had to pick some equipment, and your character started off with no
Uh,
equipment, so what would you guys like? Essentially, it's free items.
like I want my two-handed battle axe
You want a
or
battle
two-handed
axe.
sword.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what a good weapon in Conan is, but I guess battle axe is probably pretty good,
Battle
right?
axe is one of the most vicious weapons out there. It's like ridiculously crazy.
Yeah, I'll take that.
So, Brand, you now have a battle axe. It's the effects that make it so ridiculous. What about you, Renz?
I was checking my talent to see if I had anything specific for a certain type of weapon, but it didn't appear to be. So I think Renz would like a long sword and maybe some armor, like a breastplate, if I can scrounge one.
Well, what's more important to you?
Probably that long sword. The Makuhilos are nice, but after the effect attacks, then they start just becoming sticks.
All right. Here comes the sword. There's a broadsword, a short sword, a sword, and a two-handed sword. A sword is considered a long sword.
Broadsword sounds fun.
Okay, broadsword it is, and I'll get rid of your.
Array of sticks and broken things, and
There you go.
so I may be seeing a visual glitch. In my
Okay.
attacks, I see momentum spin rerolls, steely glare, broadsword club, large stick, Makuhito club, and obsidian dagger.
Yeah, that's right.
You seen that as well?
Yeah. So
So
you
I
can
can
you
probably,
drop the large stick. I guess I think is what you said you were going to get rid of.
yeah, I'll drop that, and I'll drop the Makwa Makwawadi club.
Yeah, that's right, because it's just a club now.
But then I can still, and I'm gonna drop that other club.
Oh right, yeah, there's no need now. Yep.
I could hang on to like the other the good Makawadi and the obsidian dagger. I could still stick in a belt, or can I carry that much stuff?
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can carry up to twice your bronze score. So your athletic score. So before you start taking like issues.
Right on, and I'll hang on to that stuff, and I think we're good.
All right. So as you're picking through this gear, this is a chance for Bran to try and help out Renz to treat your traumas or even treat your wounds. All right. I am going to. You definitely got some time to treat one of them, and I'm not going to go into tell you how many of these turns that you have before they're going to catch on to you, but you do have some time.
Okay, so I don't think we have any momentum left. I think we spent all our momentum.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm going to try to soothe his mind by providing some counsel to him, uh, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so what difficulty will this be?
Okay, so let's have a look. Recovering damage.
Is there like a couch I can lay down onto to better receive this? This.
I'm gonna put your head on my lap, okay, and stroke your brow.
To treat a harm, the character must choose
But
the
I
kind
want
of harm he's being treated. So it's a difficulty 1, right? You got to use a console skill, and for every additional momentum you gain, uh, clears up a trauma.
all right. Can I give you a doom?
Sure. Oh, say so you did recover 1. You have 1 treated trauma now.
Puts me down to
Okay,
2.
I'm gonna try to do it again.
Okay. Yep. You can
I'm
hear
gonna give
people
you
out there
I'm gonna give you
searching
a doom.
around and stuff, and you're trying to calm them down a bit.
All right, I'm gonna give you another doom.
Okay.
So I think I treated. There's 2
This
successes and a momentum, so I think I got them all.
He should be back up to 0 now. Yeah. Or
Yep.
he's got
All right.
3 treated
All right. I'm gonna.
harms or traumas.
Yep. And so I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna like, let's get out of here. Get off my lap.
So he is physically wounded. Now, either Renz can try to heal himself, or you can try to help him out, or whatever. But he does have a physical wound that he also has as well.
Okay. And what is to heal that one is what skill?
It's the same thing, but it's a difficulty 2, and it's with healing. If you had tools or equipment like healing kits and stuff, it actually drops it down to 1, difficulty 1. But you don't have any of that.
I'll try to do it once.
Okay.
Can I
I'm
support
gonna give you a
him?
doom.
Can I
You
help
can.
him
Yep. You
doing
can.
that?
So let's roll the help first. So just
So
roll
what?
a single d20 for Renz.
I've got an 8. I do this. If I click that, come on, there we go.
And make it a difficulty 0, just for the sake of...
Difficulty 0.
There you go.
Nice. All right. So then I'm just gonna do a normal roll then.
Yeah. If you don't get any successes though, his momentum doesn't help him.
All right. Let me give you a doom.
Oh, thanks.
I'm gonna give you a doom and roll a 3 die.
Okay. Oh, no
Okay.
way.
I got 1 success.
Why is your target 8? Oh, that's your target number. Oh, right. You didn't
So
get
I got
enough.
1 success, and he had 1 success.
Yes, but it doesn't count unless...
So that should be okay.
No, it doesn't work that way. It was a
Yeah, in
difficulty
order for
2.
mine to be successful, you have to succeed. And since you only got 1 success, you needed 2 successes to succeed. So you're
Yeah.
close. That 9 was 1 off.
Yeah.
I see.
So there's still you still got some time. That fire that you started has distracted enough time, but they're getting a lot closer now. You're thinking maybe another 2 or 3 minutes, or soon.
All right.
Probably
let's
got
try
a couple
one
more actions.
Let's try one more
maybe.
time.
It's sounding close.
Let's try one more time.
I'll try and support. Difficulty 0, 1 die. Healing.
Okay.
That
So
is no
so he didn't generate
successes.
any momentum. So he didn't generate any momentum. So that basically it doesn't help us at
Yeah,
all, right?
but it said that he succeeded. Why does it say that? Oh, because it's considered a
Because it's difficulty 0.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, we're done.
You're getting closer. You're getting closer now.
All right, let's get out of here, man.
All right.
I think I'll just have to hold my side as I'm running. Maybe I'll do that Kylo Ren punching the wound, which doesn't seem beneficial at all. You know, from the movie, he starts punching the wound, he's bleeding, and yeah, I'm just going to punch it. That'll stop the blood flow.
Yeah. You see Ren's collapse in a heap behind you as you're running. No. All right. So the crowds are starting to get a little bit closer. They're starting to get in, but you still have a chance to run. You know that the city or the town that you're in has a clearing around it, like probably a couple hundred meters. So you're going to be a little bit exposed. But on the side of the ziggurat that you're on, you can see there's a. It's kind of like on a hill, and it kind of goes down out of sight, and you can see the tree line a little bit closer from where you are. What do
All
you
right, let's
want to
try to
do?
make it to that tree line. We want to make it to the tree line.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, the picture that I had for this next scene, I don't have. It's not there for this area. So I'm going to describe it to you. You guys are running through the town trying to get away from everyone. The very first thing I'm going to require everyone, two of you guys, to do is to make a survival roll. This is a physical roll, so if you have any wounds, it's going to be a difficulty higher. It is a base difficulty of 1. And this is no, I'm gonna not. Hold on, I said survival, but I don't want. It's not survival. It's going to be athletics.
Athletics. What is the first number? It's the EXE or
That's
EXS?
your expertise in it. That's what's added to your bronze score. That's what makes it a
Oh
13.
yeah, you told me that. Okay, so
Yep.
roll athletics.
Yep. So difficulty 1. Oh,
Ooh, we got a
finally someone rolled a
complication.
20. Finally.
There's my difficulty 2 because I've got the 1 wound. 2
Uh, but,
successes.
but you're successful anyway. All right. So let's see. As you're running through the, instead of taking doom, I'm gonna cause something to happen to you. So as you guys are running, you're keeping your strength up. You're not getting fatigued. You know, as you're trying to run through all this. Uh, but as you're getting closer to where the hill starts, Bran, you trip up in a and pretty much run into like a person who was walking out of the pathway that had like a bunch of had a cart with a bunch of like stone and stuff in it, right? And you take damage. So I'm just going to roll 2 dice, and it didn't show up. Why is that? All right, hold on. So you kind of get bumped up a bit, and you take 3 points of vigor damage.
Right?
You guys just get to the crest of the hill. You can see now that the guards and the rest of the soldiers and the savages that were in the village have now know where you are, and they're now running towards you. At the base of the hill, just below you, you can see like a large wall, and which was hidden from sight beforehand, and it looks like a walled garden. And inside of the walls, looking down, you can see a gate in front of you. It looks like a large, long, almost like an arena type of area. But you can see that there's piles of bodies that are kind of just laying there on the on the sand and inside of this wall. On the far side of this garden, I'm going to call it a garden for now. You can see the jungle. If you can around the outside of this wall is all completely barren, and it's a long ways to the tree line exposed. And of course, you have the rest of the town behind you.
So the shortest distance is through the bodies.
Not so much the shortest distance, but it's the most covered, has the most cover.
All right, let's just go through the bodies. What say you, Renz?
Yeah, sorry, I've got distracted by something going on. But yeah, through the bodies. Hopefully it will deter. Maybe they're what's the word, superstitious, and won't want to trudge through. It might also be difficult terrain for us though as well.
So you guys run down through the fence. As you enter in through the gateway, you notice that the around the top of the gateway and in the stone is carved reliefs of some sort of deity, and it looks like a kind of like a lizard or like a giant serpent, and it's eating. Is like these carvings have them like eating different bodies and different people. And when you run inside, you can see that all the bodies that are in there have been mutilated somehow, and it could actually be what you think is the bodies from all the sacrifices. This is where they throw the bodies to let them rot. And they're all beheaded, and they're all got massive gaping wounds in the chests, and their chest cavity is completely pulled open as their hearts were pulled out from beforehand. I'm going to make the two of you make fear checks. Fear 2, so difficulty 2, discipline rolls to resist the fear.
Ooh.
Okay. you
Man,
roll
that was harder to find on my sheet than I thought it was going to be. Can I spend Doom?
Absolutely.
Can I give you Doom?
Absolutely.
I got
Apparently,
low
that's
on
what I
the
should have
thing.
done.
I'll give you 2 Doom.
Okay.
So I need to re-roll. I got courageous, so I can actually re-roll
A
one of my
d20?
rolls.
Yep, you can. So you go ahead and do
Yep.
yours first. Oh, that's roll a
I did it
d20.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I do.
Oh,
No.
So now hold on now. Where Bran has that's your discipline. That's your willpower. Yeah, yeah, okay. If you didn't have any focus, a 19 actually counts as a complication as well. But you get at least 2 focus and 2 expertise in it, so
Yep.
you're fine. Okay, so you still failed. You failed normally. So I'm going to roll you in a second. We'll roll your damage now very shortly.
All right. But I get 1 soak.
You do. Yep.
that is not good.
You succeeded.
You
But you got a
succeeded.
complication.
You gained a momentum. Um, oh, I'm going to be a real bastard.
You don't have to be.
I'm going to get you to do a D1 observation roll.
I thought I saw that. No, I can't find it
It's
again.
in
There
your
it is.
yeah, in your awareness.
is a 50-50 chance. Can I give you Doom for one more
Absolutely.
die?
Absolutely. Oh,
Nailed
you're
it.
lucky. As you were running down the hill, as you entered into the garden, you notice that your broadsword actually uh, fell away as you were looking at the bodies. Like it kind of disconnected from the belt, broke the leather belt broke, but you noticed that it broke this time, and you managed to get it without losing it.
Yikes.
Yeah, you noticed that. Now back to Bran. Bran, because of the grotesqueness of the bodies and the smell and all that stuff, I am going to roll 4d6, and you will take 4 points of resolve damage, and you can soak that by 1.
All right, I took 3 points of resolve.
That's right, 3 total. Yep, because of your courage.
Yep.
All right, it's a little slower going in here, and the smell is really, really bad. And you notice that um, the people that are chasing you have now stopped on top of the hill, and they're not going any further. All right, but you see one of them starting to reach for what looks like to be a bow. So, you guys are gonna keep running through the bodies.
I I don't think we could do anything else, man. What do you think we could do at this point?
You got about another round. You can get through the next. After this round, you should be on the far side.
All right, we'll just have to. I'll suck up a arrow if I have to.
Yeah, and we just got to power through.
All right. Okay, so as you're running through, I'm going to make you guys both make resistance 2 rolls as you're dealing with the smell and the grotesqueness of the rotten bodies.
All right, so this is D2.
This is a D2, a D3. Oh, for Renz because he's wounded.
All right, give me a doom.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll extra die.
So you succeeded. You you're not puking your guts up or getting sick from the smell of the rotten bodies. You're not catching any diseases.
I'll give you 2 Doom for 2 die.
Okay. So it's a difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3, and I'm rolling resistance.
Yep.
Oh my.
Wow. All right. So it looks like you take 2 points of vigor damage. Fatigue. So way fatigue works, is you see where it says bonus next to the current?
Yes.
Change that to -2 by using your mouse wheel. And that takes it off the top of your vigor. That means you're fatigued.
Interesting. So it still shows the 13 green dots, but it does show my current is 11 and my max is 11
Exactly. Yep.
instead of the 13.
So you guys break through. You finally wade through the sea of bodies. You never caught any diseases. The warriors on the back One of the leaders, well, it looks like it appears to be a leader, comes up and he's like, he kind of stops, and you guys break into the jungle. So this is the last portion of this little adventure. So you guys are running through the jungle, trying to get away. Um, so you guys are in the. What do you guys want to do? You just want to keep running? Is that what you're going to do, or do you have any plan? Or
Do we have an idea of how many people are chasing us?
you're not exactly sure how many are chasing after you, but you know that they kind of stopped on top of the hill. Maybe just because you got through the bodies and stuff, and they're kind of waiting around. But there was at least 10 to 15 individuals.
They probably know this jungle better than we ever could. But I feel like running is our probably best option. We don't want to stand and try and fight them.
How much time do we have to until they can reach the point where we're at right now?
They're not that far behind you, but you gained enough. You've gained enough time, like to, like you kind of healed up a bit. Uh, but they're, for a fact that you're being chased. You're in the forest. It's kind of hard to tell how far behind you they are, but I just gotta get you to. Here we go.
So, okay, we could. It doesn't sound like we'll have time to set any sort of like snares or traps for them.
Uh,
Um,
it might. It might very well. Like, it's kind of abstract. Don't
so
worry.
that's
Like,
one
you
thing
guys
we
are
could
being
do.
chased through the jungle, so I want to give that feeling of you're being chased through the jungle. You know there's somewhere behind you. You're not exactly sure, but if you want to take the time to try to set up like a rush trap, absolutely, feel free, because that'll affect what's about to happen next. Don't worry so much
So,
about time. Think about
the other
momentum.
thing,
Momentum is what you kind of want to think about.
the other thing we could do is one of us could start running through the jungle, and the other one kind of hang back and hide, and then maybe chase them from behind and kind of see if you can't pick them off as they're chasing the other guy.
One of
Yeah, I
us is
don't know.
bait and the other's going to get him.
Right. So what do you think?
That's worth a shot.
You want to do that? The one of the bait and the pick them off.
The traps also are a good idea. I mean, there's should be plenty of resources out here in the jungle that we could maybe make some spike traps.
Yep.
If we could, if we're gonna confront something or something's gonna confront us, having like a choke point
They're
that we
saying,
could put some spike traps around.
our Lordway is saying saying ambush them, ambush them.
Okay, so we could try to make like a spike trap. We're gonna need to be able to get, as soon as we have a trap and one person gets hit with the trap, they're gonna the surprise is over. So whatever it needs to be some sort of like pit where maybe we could get multiples of them. So if we have time to
Agreed.
dig a short small pit and put some spiked um, branches in there and then cover it, we can have if 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 Rands wants to try to uh, lead them through that, I can kind of hold back and start trying to pick some of them off.
So the way I would work this out is if you want to set a trap, we can set a trap. The effectiveness of the trap will remove X amount of people that you may encounter, and then if you're going to try to ambush them and you're successful, I will set up the map and I will allow you to have the free exploit action for everyone first. You know what I mean? So you can set up, you'll get your action and you can get like a free attack, if that's what you want to try and do.
Just one free attack.
Yeah, but this is where anything that has Unforgiven can really do the. Essentially, an exploit action is a D0 at this point, where it's a free one, and you get to roll your dice, and whatever you generate for your exploit action, you get momentum. You use your momentum then to do your secondary actions, or use a fortune point, and you get like a pretty much a free attack, and then the round actually starts after that. So then you can go again. You pretty much get 2 attacks right in a row.
Okay, I lost my battle axe. Can you put
Oh.
that back on there? I don't know what happened to it. I must have deleted it on accident.
No problem.
All right, let's do that. Let's set a spike trap out. We'll see if we can't take some of them out, and then I'll try to ambush them from behind. And then when I ambush them from behind, you can come back in from the front. And we'll just crush them like a vice.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So to set a trap is going to be a survival roll, and it's a difficulty 1. But I got some doom here now because you guys are kind of rushed. It will be a difficulty 2.
What's your survival? 10? Mine's 10.
Mine is 13 with the expertise and focus of 4 each.
All right, so let me help him.
Okay.
And roll just a D0.
1 dice. Yep. For survival.
Just you mean just roll the 20 or just a 1 survival.
Yep.
So my survival's 10, so I rolled 12, so I didn't succeed.
Correct. Yep.
All right.
We need some montage music playing as we're doing this.
Yeah, really.
That's right.
So I would like
In this particular
2
case for
more.
your trap, your momentum is key. The more momentum you have will do.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. 3 doom to you, so I can get 3 more dice.
Okay.
What about your fortune? Do you have any fortune points?
Do I have fortune? I got 1 fortune left. I think I'll go with remove 1 doom, and I will pick 1 fortune to get
Okay. No problem.
that easy success. And let's see what I get.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, so the way you got 5 momentum, each momentum will remove one momentum will remove 1 individual. So I'm not going to tell you how many individuals there are, but for every momentum that you spend will remove the total away from the people that are chasing after you. Because of the traps. The trap was that successful. It will kill that particular many.
Or we can also just put that momentum in the pool, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
I think we just kill 5.
I think that's a better bet. We might wipe out the majority of them, and then hopefully we
1
can
momentum
generate
per death.
momentum with any left over that we fight, if there are any
Yeah.
left over.
Yeah. One momentum for a death. That's a pretty good trade.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna grab some water. I think you're getting a map out. Is that what's happening
Yep.
next?
Yep, I am.
Yeah, I could use
So
a
while you're
quick
doing that, I'm
biological
gonna
break.
get the
Hit the
map.
bathroom,
Okay,
get
yeah, no
some
problem.
water.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
I'm gonna put that vote thing in the chat. I've been using that quite a bit in my games, but I'll be back.
Oh, I haven't even left yet. I'll be right back.
All right, now we just got to find some Conan games. Have you ever seen these advertised?
Yeah, so Brian, who's back? Who's back? Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, I just wanted to explain to you, like, this game tonight is pretty much just all centered around combat because that's the quickest way to learn the mechanics. So these little one shots is the way I just kind of been doing it. Usually, like, if I was doing a campaign game, there's a lot more role playing. There's a lot less like maps. It might not even be combat in some games. You know what I mean? But I'm just where I'm doing this as a series to get people to learn how the game works and to see the mechanics. I'm kind of focusing on the action scenes of it much more than anything
Yeah.
else. So
Yeah, definitely.
but
No, it's
you're
fun.
I'm glad you're enjoying. I hope you're enjoying it. Anyway, it sounds like you are. So
I definitely am,
Yeah, you just
and I'm
got to
back.
find the games.
so I'm kind of, like I said, I'm trying to do everything with um, you know high combat oriented, just kind of getting from action scene to action scene with not too much in the middle. But again, if this was an actual campaign game, there's a whole more swath of playing and role playing a person can do. But obviously, these are just one shots where people go in and hack and slash to get a feel for it, right?
Where do they advertise these games at for people to play these games?
I uh, I I thought it was supposed to be announced on the in the announcement stream section in the Fantasy Grounds College Discord. There, I put it on the calendar, and I'm always saying stuff like on Twitter or whatever, putting announcements out there looking for players. But yeah, usually in the Discord, in the Fantasy Ground College Discord, I put it up. But
I don't think there's a mechanism set up for it to auto announce, but from my experience, I'm faculty there and still relatively new as faculty, but you can always advertise within the channel for that particular rule set, or in this case, Conan 2.20 can go into other rule sets
oh,
where
okay.
a lot of the other ones go.
See, I didn't know
And I'll
what.
do that with my
Okay.
Savage World stuff, but it's only for games that you're running through their event calendar.
Oh, okay. All right. See, I didn't know what the rule was there, and I thought that it was automatically announced or something. Once it puts onto the calendar, it gets sent out. I thought that's how they. I thought they had a script or something there, but
No, but Lady Shell is usually pretty good about once she's approved, because she's the one that does most of the approvals. I think there's a few people that can do, but she checks it routinely. She will a lot of times make an announcement in that rule set with a
yeah,
link saying, "Hey, this has just been approved."
yeah. Like I got another game tomorrow. I'm actually doing another one tomorrow at the same time because there's a bunch of people over on the other side of the planet who want to play, and they can't play on Sundays, but they can play on Mondays for them. So tomorrow it's another game for them. There's only 2 people signed up for that one, so if you guys want to play again, feel free. So as you guys are in the jungle setting up your traps, you're kind of doing like the whole Arnold Schwarzenegger thing now. You're hiding in the bushes. You're covered in mud. You set a bunch of these punji traps out. And through the bushes, you can see two squads of individuals chasing down through the path. And one of these whole entire squads runs afoul of your totally wicked and cruel punji stakes. And you pretty much wipe out one complete squad. So, I will share. I wasn't expecting 5 momentum.
I put an image in the Discord chat in Game Room 1 showing what that might look like.
Oh, this should be good.
So intricate.
Yeah, that's at least a fortune point right there in that construction. All right. So now your next thing is the ambush. This is where you guys need to do a. I'm gonna make you guys do a survival roll, difficulty 1. One of you guys can choose it, and one guy can help. And this is going to be a contest versus them looking for you.
Who will help?
So wait. Okay. Because were you helping or were you? Oh yeah, you got to roll. Sorry.
I just roll one. I just roll one die though, don't I?
Yeah, just one die. Yep.
Oh, I don't do the survival.
You do you do the survival roll, but you just got to click on the have it one yellow dot. That's all. There you go.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I didn't do it.
Okay.
Nope.
So Renz, it's up to you.
Difficulty 1.
Yep.
Uh,
Now, is this is survival, so this is awareness. So this is where your traumas would have affected you, but you're good.
yeah. And I appreciate that. And I've got 13 in it with focus of 4 and expertise 4. I think I'll give you a 1 doom shit.
Okay.
Or 1 more die.
All right, so they have 2. Now I need to roll for them. Tracker. Go to here. So this is a squad led by a squad leader. So I'm just going to spend 1 to add 3 dice. And it's going to be observation. Okay, so you have, it's a tie. It's a tie in momentum. I have 3 successes at difficulty 1, so 2 momentum. You have 3 and 2. I am not going to break it, so you will win, but you don't get any momentum. So I'll let you guys now, because you're successful, you can place yourself anywhere on the map to set up the ambush the best way that you want.
Which direction are they coming from?
They're right in the center of the map. I haven't locked it yet, so feel free to put yourself anywhere. You can see the little gray lines as the zones. You think of the
Oh,
line of
okay.
sight in this map.
It's interesting. How did you do that?
Just playing around with the using the invisible barriers and the different things.
I'm thinking there. It looks like I might be hiding in a bush, so I can leap out at them.
The question is, can you actually see them where you are?
Not from this angle.
It's going to hard to do an observation roll to get your exploit.
But it looks like, see which zone are they in?
Now you
They're
can be in the
that
same zone as them. Like that doesn't matter. You can be right next to them if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Like it's completely up to you where you want to be.
Maybe tucked up here behind the
Okay.
stairs.
Let me. I'm gonna when he crosses in front of me, I'm gonna take the shot, and then maybe you engage the ones in the back.
So this right here, this token represents a squad. So there's actually 5 individuals here, and this is where if you were to do a called shot, you can single out the squad leader because he's a toughened character. He's actually stronger than the rest. If you don't, all the attacks go through the weaker members first before it actually gets to the leader.
Okay.
Something to keep in mind.
All right. So I'm waiting until they walk up and I get them in my sight, and then I'm gonna take an attack action.
All right. So this is your first phase. Let me bring this to a 0. You guys each get a free exploit if you can see them. So you make sure if you want to get your exploit, you got to make sure you got line of sight. Not that it really matters that much, but
Yeah, I mean I can't see them from here. I'm kind of like hiding behind this cover, waiting for them to come around the corner.
well, you can put yourself in the cover like that and still consider yourself hidden. Like they can't see you. Like what's going to happen here is you're going to get a free exploit action, and you can
Okay.
do whatever you want with your exploit action, and then it's going to go directly into your turn, right? So essentially, you're going to get the first turn. There's nothing I can do to go first. You will automatically go first. But during your exploit action, if you roll high enough, you can actually do a swift action and attack again. Like
Gotcha.
you can compound the number of attacks you get.
All right, then I'm gonna move up, and I'll take a surprise attack on this guy.
Okay. So you're going to do an exploit action. Because you're in the same zone as them, it's a difficulty 1,
Okay.
and it's an observation roll. You got to make an observation roll.
I have to make an observation roll.
Yeah, because you're looking for the weaknesses. You're trying to sneak up on them, and you're trying to, you were successful sneaking up. Now you're looking for the weak spots. You know what I mean? Like,
All right.
oh yeah,
Give me a doom.
I'll give you a doom. So difficulty 1, you hit and generated the momentum. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken. This is a difficulty 0, so you've actually gotten 2 momentum because it's
Oh,
the ambush.
okay.
Difficulty 0, yeah.
All right. So I've got 2 momentum.
2 momentum.
All right.
So you can use that immediately to do a swift action and get an attack in, or you can save it and put it in the pool. But your next attack will have the unforgiven qualities if you have anything to do with.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a swift action.
Okay, so it's now a difficulty 2. They don't get to react.
All right. Give me 2 doom.
Okay. Okay, so you've hit. You generated 1 momentum, so you get to roll the damage. So if you're attacking
I'm
with your
yeah, I'm just
dagger,
working.
you're gonna get a bunch of bonuses because of your Unforgiven.
All right, I'm gonna use no mercy so I can
Okay.
re-roll two,
Yep.
and I got two more on top of that.
So you're at
All right, and
6.
that was the dagger, and
Okay.
that was the dagger, and it's pretty much it's broken pretty much. So it's intense and vicious,
Yep. So you've
and there's
done,
two effects.
yeah, so this is pretty powerful. So what you've done right now, and it has piercing too. Your weapon has piercing because of it as well. The standard exploit gives you piercing. That's the benefit of it by itself, is giving you piercing. And then Unforgiving is if you've done it beforehand. So you're going to ignore their armor. You've done 6 points of damage. You've done 2 effects, so that brings it up to 8. Oh my goodness. Alright, so that brings it up to 8. Oh, that's supposed to be a 10 there, sorry. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did you want to use your momentum to re-roll any? Because you can spend that one momentum that's there to re-roll the other 3 dice that didn't do anything.
Yeah, so I only have one momentum left right now.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, so I can roll how many dice? I can
3
re-roll how many
dice.
dice?
You can roll 3d6 right now for that one momentum.
Yeah, because I can't do secondary target or called shot.
Exactly.
Yeah, something hung up here. All right.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I got 2 effects.
So you're at 8. You got 9, 10, 11, 12. You did a total of 12 points of damage.
And should be at least a couple of harms. 4 harms with the intense.
It's going to be a lot. So let's see here. Your piercing ignores the armor. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10 and 2 more. As you charge up into the throng of this group, your attacks kill 2 and wounds a 3rd member. Damaging a 3rd member, I should say. I shouldn't say wounds.
All right, and I will end my turn
All right.
or end my surprise round.
Well, that was your surprise round right now. So now it's Renz's surprise exploit action. So he gets to do a difficulty 0 observation.
I think I'm just going to roll with my 2 die, difficulty 0, observation, and get no benefit from it.
No benefit. All right. Yeah. Okay. So you can use your fortune point now to do a secondary action, but your observation failed, like where you rolled the dice, you you didn't succeed. So
Correct.
right. So you missed out on your exploit option action.
And I have no fortune.
You have no fortune. All right. So now we're going to go directly into round one. And I'm going to spend the Doom to go first. And they're going to target Bran. The squad leader is going to attack you. Do you want to parry?
I do.
What weapon are you using?
My battle axe.
Battle axe doesn't have parry, so it's going to cost you one Doom.
I don't think any of my weapons have parry, do they?
Nope. No, not now. Okay, so it cost you one Doom. So let's see here. Agility, combat. I'm going to spend. Okay, so the way this works is I got a mob, and they're going to assist. So I need to roll for them first. So I got to roll 3 dice. I am looking for anything with a, just so you see it, agility. Where's my combat? So my target number is 13, and I have a focus number of 3. So I only got 1 extra momentum. And now I'm going to roll from my squad leader. Oh my goodness. I take a doom, or take a complication. So I got a hit with 2 momentum total.
Okay, so I got to get two. I got to get 2 momentum basically. What difficulties by parry?
Your difficulty is your parry. Yep. So it's difficulty, but I'm gonna see. I got all this doom, and this is the final fight. I'm gonna spend 2 doom to make it a difficulty 2 parry for you, because you're in the jungle, you're on difficult terrain, and the branches are in your way of your big battle axes hooking up on vines as you're swinging to attack them.
All right, give me. I'm gonna roll 2 extra die, so give me 2 doom.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 4 die on a parry.
Yep. Against a difficulty 2.
So basically, I've got to hit on all 4, right?
Yes, or get your focus number. Hopefully, you need to get at least 3 momentum or 2 momentum to tie.
Yep. So that means I have to get 4 successes, or at least 1 or 2 below my focus number.
Right.
All right, give me 1 more doom. I'm gonna roll 5.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I did that the wrong way. So you beat him with 1 momentum. That's going to go right into
I
the
get
pool.
to keep that momentum. Yay!
You do, yep. All right, so that was his turn. Hey, who wants to go next?
Range would
I'll
like
go.
to
Go ahead.
make the stabby.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And I think I'll. See, and you got a lot of Doom. What more can you do with Doom? So I just give you more Doom, I think. I'll give you 2 Doom.
Okay,
Or
you're kind of
2.
away. So are you going to move up to him?
Yeah, I better do that, shouldn't I?
All right. I'm going to force you to make a acrobatics roll to avoid tripping up in the vines.
At what difficulty?
Difficulty 1. So if you have a wound, it's going to be difficulty 2.
And I do still have that wound. And I think I will Yeah, I want to generate some momentum, hopefully.
Okay.
So I'll have the 4 dice total, difficulty 2. Wow.
You succeeded.
But no momentum. Look at those
No
18s staring at
momentum.
me.
Is lucky because he didn't parry either. All right, so roll your damage.
Now I'd roll the melee, right?
Yep. For the weapon that you're using.
I think this will be with the broadsword. I'm gonna give you 1 doom for this.
Oh no, you don't do it for your damage.
No, he was rolling his acrobatics.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, my mistake. My mistake. I got completely confused. All right. Yeah. So you moved up. You were successful. You didn't generate any momentum, but now you can go ahead with your attack. So he is going to parry. It's going to cost him 1, but you do whatever you need to do now for your attack.
I'll give you 2 doom for this roll.
Okay. Holy shit!
There we go. There's my momentum after the fact.
That's nice.
You got it now though. All right. So he's going to try and parry. It's a difficulty 1 for him. So I got to roll the mob first. So agility, combat. I got to roll 3 dice. So I got 1 momentum there, and now for his roll, he's going to try to roll as many as he can. So I got 3 momentum. That cuts your momentum down to 2, but you hit. You hit with 2 momentum.
See what damage I can do with that broadsword.
Ooh,
Wow.
you must have picked a crap. You pick an old one. Mustn't have been yours.
I must have. I'm gonna spend 1 momentum to reroll damage.
Okay, so you can roll whichever ones didn't roll damage, or you can roll them all. Doesn't matter.
4. I'm gonna get 4.
Okay, you only got to spend. Yeah, you only spend 1 momentum to roll 4 dice.
Yeah.
That's better.
Oh, that's way better.
And I'll spend that final momentum that I have to penetrate.
Okay, so you're going to ignore their armor. So you've done a total of 9 points of damage. Is there any extra benefits to your weapon?
I didn't even look. Let's see.
It's only parry, I think it's on it.
Yeah, just parrying.
So 9 points of damage. Wow. Well, that mob didn't last for very long. You wiped out 2 of those in a fell swoop and severely wounding the last. You see the advantages of an ambush now? What it can do?
Oh yeah.
You guys were having trouble with single minions doing one-on-one attacks, but you just attacked a full mob on a surprise and just devastated them in the first round. Okay,
All right. Ready for me? All right.
ready for you.
All right. I'm gonna give you 2 doom.
Okay.
All right.
So
Generate
okay,
2
yeah. Oh, so you were attacking. So I'm gonna pay 1 to parry, by the way.
Okay.
Okay. Oh gosh. So I need 13 or less. I got a cat that just jumped up on my table here. All right. 13 or less. So that was a failure. And for the minion himself, or for the squad leader himself, I'm going to spend 3. Roll as many dice as I can. So you hit with 1 momentum.
Okay, I'm gonna roll damage.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna re-roll 2 of those with no mercy.
Yep.
I just do the momentum spin re-rolls, right?
Yep, that's fine. It's just a way of rolling the dice so it comes up.
So I got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Plus vicious.
Yeah.
Is
So you're looking
1,
at 12
2,
damage right now.
10.
Because
I get to do harm.
yeah, because you've gotten your total is 8, just straight damage, and you got 2 effects. That brings it up to 10.
Yep. And so then he gets to take 2 harms because he's gonna get a harm and then another harm because of the intense, right?
Correct. Yeah. So let's see what you do here.
So for every 5 damage, he gets a harm. Is that right?
Yep. Yep. So you
he
did
should-
10
so he
points of
should
damage
get 4
total.
harms.
Yeah. So the way it
So
works
he
is
should get
that
4 harms.
well, no, not quite, because
Okay.
you only get 1 extra harm for intense. Doesn't matter how many wounds you've done. It's only
I,
just 1 extra,
I see.
right?
So he get 3 harms then. So get,
So the first 4 points of your damage. Oh, you didn't. You still got 1 momentum left. You use it. You gonna use it for piercing?
uh, yeah,
D-
I'll use it for penetration.
Okay. So your last momentum, the first 4 points of damage out of that 10 kills the last mob member. So there's 6 points of damage left. You've done. So 6 points left. 5 brings it to. You've done more than 5. So that gives him 1 wound. And because if it's intense, it actually gives him a 2nd wound, enough to kill him outright.
Yay, we won.
Because a toughened character has 2 wounds guaranteed, but because you have intense, you did 5 points of damage. You actually caused another wound, which actually kills him. So yeah,
Well, we destroyed that guy. So whereas we get 5 wounds, they only get 2.
the toughened characters, yeah, Nemesis get the same, or just like player characters.
Oh wow. Yeah, man, that axe is crazy.
So you managed to destroy very quickly the mob, plus your little traps, which was a good idea. You managed to battle the last group of savages that were chasing after you, and you feel that you can disappear into the jungle and make your way back to the trading routes and hopefully meet up with a group of individuals that can bring you back to safety.
All right. Yay, we did it.
Lived. I was uncertain there at the beginning if we were gonna.
Oh, he was trying to kill you, man. That was not good.
Hey, if I was trying, I wouldn't have let him re-rolled, use his to do a little time travel and go back and spend his fortune point to heal up.
Yeah.
That's fair. Well, hey, thanks for letting me come and play your game, man. This is really a lot of fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, it's different than most like D&D. It's a it's a different type of role-playing game. The way it's set up, the way it runs as a campaign. So essentially, all you've seen is just how combat works. But
Yeah. So if you do a campaign on this, is there PDFs out there where you could take them into Fantasy Grounds, or do you have to homebrew it?
the only PDF that's out there that's available is the core book that comes with the rule set. which you got to spend $60 for.
Yeah.
So you're better
But there's
off you're better off getting the free rule set, community rule set, and then just putting your own stuff in.
like because there's not like adventures out there in hardcover from when this game was printed.
There is a
Oh,
lot
oh
of
yeah,
books.
oh yeah. There's like the amount of PDFs. There's a PDF sale going on Humble Bundle right now. It's like another day or two left on it, and it's almost every book in the whole collection. There's something like 12 books or something.
Yeah, I've got all the books. I spent over $150 on a bundle in Drive-Thru RPG, so I was still getting a pretty good. I can't say pretty good. I was getting a decent discount, but the Humble Bundle
It's like
has a
30
majority of
bucks.
the
You
books
get like
for $30.
$30, man. It's crazy.
And there's source books, so like two of the ones that Jolly GM was recently talking about in Twitter was the well, you probably know better than I do. I haven't read those books yet. I own them.
Yeah, like so all the books deal with the different aspects of the novels, like the stories, the way the RPG is based on the actual writings of Robert E. Howard. So it looks at all his stories. So pretty much all the different source books are different aspects of the stories he used to tell. So there's Conan the Pirate, Conan the Thief, Conan the Barbarian, and it gives different aspects. It gives different aspects to the story. So you can do thief campaigns and adventures. So Conan the Thief book is all about thieving and a whole bunch of thief adventures and gives you like special abilities and classes for doing thief campaigns. There's Conan the Brigand, which is all about raiding, like doing nasty highwayman type things. Conan the Barbarian is all about raiding towns and stuff like that. So it's all different types of things. I'm gonna send you my affiliate link, so if you are interested, I'll put it right into the chat window.
Yes. What do I do with the affiliate link? I click on that and then go buy the books.
If you were to buy it, if you're using that link, click on that and you can buy the books. And like I said, like it's just
And they'll email a penny to the Jolly GM.
I think I get something like 20 cents or something like that. I'm not sure how it works. But there's 3 days left. But if you use that link, it actually gives me a little small bit of it though. But
Yeah, so you pay $1 and you get like the player's guide, the Pit of Cthulhu Quick Start, Conan Core book, and the art.
yep.
And then you pay $8 and you get like more books.
Now,
You pay
you
50,
can find.
You pay 50.
Go ahead.
I was just saying you pay. It looks like 24 and you get all of them. But
Yep.
Go ahead.
You can find the Pit of Cthulhu, which is spelled differently every time they print it, it seems. And you can find the Quick Start Guide, the Quick Start rules for free on Drive-Thru RPG. So if you're undecided at this point, you can grab those, and it'll give you enough information to get a game going. I believe the Pit of Cthulhu comes with pre-generated characters, and I think there's another free set you can get that has 2 more characters that were given away as free to have a pool of like 6. Is it 6 or is it 8? I forget now, but a pool of characters available
Essentially,
for people to play through.
essentially the Quick Start Guide and the RPG Pit of Cthulhu is 2 separate adventures with the same rules, really, because there's no sorcery in the Quick Start games. But if you pay your $8, you get yourself the core rule book, and you get like Jewel Thrones of the Earth, and that's a bunch of adventures. You get Conan the Barbarian, and you get the toolkit, the Game Master Toolkit, which is fantastic.
And the core rule book does have the players, or I should phrase it, the player's book is taken from the core rule book with just the information the players need. So that's kind of a redundant copy. If you own the core rule book, you don't need the player's rule book. But I think I've got both. if you wanted, you could just print the core rule book. I think there's, I can't remember. I think there is layering, so you can make it more printer friendly. I might even have a
Yeah,
printer friendly
you
copy.
get a printer friendly copy from drive-through.
Yeah,
Then you
but
can.
really, the work is you got to build it into fantasy rounds.
Yeah.
You do, unfortunately. Other than that free community-made rule set, I think encompasses the core rule book.
And that's on
Like,
the forums.
oh no, the free rule set. No, there's no rules at all with the free one. It's just the theme that's there. So you
So
still got to put all your own information in anyway.
it's just the underlying mechanical rule set for
Yeah.
the system to know what you're doing. So you'd still have to input all the info.
Yep.
That makes sense. That's why they can give it away free.
Right,
But
and that's on the forums. I could find the rule set on the
Yes.
forums.
Yeah, I can send you the link. You can use mine. I don't have Valyar's one. Valyar is the guy who's actually the guy who made the new Aliens one. His is pretty good. He used my theme and made his own rule set. So it has the looks of mine, but with his functionality, which is pretty good. Like, I'm not a programmer, but he is. So his is actually really good.
Yeah, but we can't find his. You don't have his.
I don't have his right now, but I can. And I don't know if he made his available or not. I'm not sure. I think he did though. I can ask him. But
Really, I need
mine's
to play
available anyway. Mine's a free extension. I can get you the link for that pretty quick.
Yeah, really, I need to play some more and mess around with it in Fantasy Grounds.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll be watching for you to host some games. Thanks a lot.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, I hope you have fun. And just
Oh,
one
yeah.
final try to. Obviously, I really enjoy the Conan books. I'm a big fan of the books, like of the author and his storytelling. But this deal for 30, well, for where mine's Canadian, for it's $20 Canadian. Wow, to get almost everything. That's a fantastic deal. And in the first, in your first tier, if you spend like $1, you actually get 30% off the printed core book if you want to use the discount. So you can get the discount from Modifius for 30% off the printed book, which is not bad.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, guys. I'm going to hit the sack. I'll see you next time.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for playing. I appreciate
Have a
you
good
jumping
one.
in.
Yeah. See you later, Bjorn.
Yep.
So,
I'm glad he showed up.
yeah, it was good. Okay, I got a person asking me a question. How's the Fantasy Ground Conan rule set? The Fantasy Ground rule set is garbage. Don't buy it. It's garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. It's for $60, don't buy it. If it was just a rule set by itself, I would say go ahead and get it for like $10 or something, but they don't sell it. So I wouldn't waste your money on that rule set until they fix it. They are going to fix it, but it's taking time. What you're seeing right now, Lordway, is the official rule set that they got. It's not the Fantasy Grounds guys who are making it either. I want to make sure that's clear. This is not a Fantasy Grounds product. This is done by a group called Nerd Eye Industries, and it's not. It works, but it's not worth $60. There's a lot of homebrew stuff you got to do to make it work. If that makes sense. But if you don't mind plugging in your own information, yeah, that's right. My extension is made out of Morecore, so you can have the look of Conan, but you got to put in all your own information, and it's it's a little fiddly because it's Morecore, but I think it's better. Bjorn, you can speak up too if you want. But
Jolly GM is pretty much saying the same things I would say about it. I find that for $60, it's barely functional. It doesn't look as professional. If you look at the character sheets, they don't line up. The columns don't line up for each other. The rows line up at least, but the columns do not. And yeah, it's usable. It does have some automation, but if this was my product, if I was Modifius and I wrote this, I would not have let that go by. I think the quality assurance fell apart where no one looked at it to say, hey, there's errors. If you look at the information put in just the reference manual, they didn't proofread it to make sure that all the characters were available. So all the apostrophes and some of the commas are just a blank box showing that the computer didn't know what thing to put there. So
Yeah, if you look on your screen
sure,
there now, you'll see what I'm
you
talking
can
about,
still
or what
read
he's
it,
talking
but
about.
yeah, you can still read it, but it's unprofessional. I spent the money on the PDFs, and they look really nice. The art in those books is spectacular. And there is the art in the books in the game itself, but art only goes so far to actually make the game work.
Yeah, Lord Way, and the other big issue I have with this rule set, okay, so it's a poor copy and paste job, but the combat tracker that's in this game is used for games like Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't work well. It doesn't handle squads or groups, and you can't. You gotta like. It's hard to keep track of who moved and who didn't move because of the way it operates. So it's a really poorly designed combat tracker. So that makes it frustrating. There's a few issues with the momentum in Doom, like how there's some automations but not all the automations. So whatever. But I don't know if you were watching me earlier, but when I was trying to find information using the rule set in the module here, like I can't find it. Like it's hard for me to find information because if I click on, for example, let's just go to basic rules. I click on basic rules. If you're watching this, I just can't flick to a section. I got to read down through pages and pages and pages of information, hopefully to find what I'm looking for. So if it's not in this basic rules section, maybe it's in the momentum, but then I got to go down and read pages and scroll and scroll and scroll, so nothing's easy to find. So that's my thoughts on that. Now, you can still play and you can still have a lot of fun, which I do. I have fun with this game anyway. It's just it could have been done a lot better, and it's not worth the $60. You know, I got it because I was a Kickstarter backer, and I invested a lot of money in this right from the Kickstarter. You know, I went in deep. I was involved with all the alpha releases of the PDFs, played it a lot, but this rule set is not the best. Yeah, it is a common problem with the reference manual. I agree with Fantasy Grounds in general, but this is Unity, and I know that they're working on stuff that's going to make this a lot easier in the future. Like they're still they're still moving on, but no, you're right. It's certainly a problem with Fantasy Grounds, but it's exacerbated with this rule set. It's that much worse.
Yeah, because I've generated my own content, or at least PDFs that I own. I've put into Fantasy Grounds. I'm currently working on Savage Aliens versus Predator, and I even had to run loops around a PDF that was created back in 2013 for Savage Worlds, where they've locked it in some way to where all I'm able to pull is some strange 00XXXAC4 code when it should be like the letter A or something. So I had to run that through a free PDF OCR scanner to turn it into text. And then that has certain errors in it where it changes 2's into lowercase n's, 3's might become an E. So I've been double checking proofreading just to make it readable and usable in Fantasy Grounds. But that's the thing, you know there's going to be some errors. Cut and pasting jobs, you need to make sure the formatting's right. I usually run it through like a notepad. I use
Oh, I think you got disconnected
off of
or
it, so
something.
it just puts it in as a wall of text so then I could reformat it. But overall, you just need to take that extra effort to make it look good, and you should be checking as you go. If that means putting in 3 or 4 pages, then go back and look. Fine, but I believe in quality assurance during the process. Speed kills. Do it right. Do it right the first time instead of do it twice.
Yeah, he's just saying that the Foundry is also doing a 2D20 thing.
And that's good. That could drive if Modifius looks at it and says, well, people over here are buying it, but from Modifius's point of view, they want to have it spread as many places they can and make as much money as they can. So if the people over in Foundry do it and it works well and it looks good, that might cause them to take another look at Fantasy Grounds and say, well, why can't we get that same amount of sales over in Fantasy Grounds? We need to get this up to speed, up to par with the level it is in these other virtual tabletops.
Yep. So,
But
go ahead.
but it was fun. I enjoy playing it. It's got enough automation to make it an enjoyable experience. With the being able to choose the little dice rolls at the bottom with the yellow button or the little yellow dice and using the pools for the momentum and the chits and some of the other momentum stuff. Or automation stuff. So it is playable, but it could just be better.
Yeah. Lord Away, let me put it to you this way. Senior, you were asking the questions. As a player, this rule set does the job pretty good, and what the rule set doesn't have doesn't affect you that much as a player. So a player jumps in and he plays the game, it runs, it does things, it's okay, and the player has a lot of fun. The trouble is more from the GM side of things, and the things that it can't do or doesn't do, it just adds extra weight onto the GM to keep manually figuring out manual ways of doing it and manual ways of making things work. So from a player side, it's not a bad rule set. So people playing it, like Yig was saying, it's he has fun, but it's a little straining as a GM.
And that could be detrimental to sales because, of course, the GM's the one purchasing the rule set, and if they find it's a hassle to use, they're not going to use it. And if more people talk about, well, it's $60, it's one of the more expensive rule sets in Fantasy Grounds.
Yep.
I can go get Savage Worlds Adventure Edition on sale right now. I already own it, but I can get it on sale for $7.50 American.
Yeah, that's a lot
That
better.
is cheap. And I can use it right then. I can start putting in content immediately and start using it, and it functions the way it should. There are some errors in Fantasy Grounds Unity that are also IKL is working on, but it's still usable. I played it last night, and I understood the errors, I recognized them, and I was able to move past them.
Yeah. I think he's asking you now. He says, when are you running it?
Savage Worlds I run every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. If you don't have a link to my Discord, I can get you one, because I'm pretty sure Lord Way is Darth Way in the college.
Is he?
Yeah.
Because Darth Way's in the... Is this you, Darth Way? Is there listening in the Discord? You savage. Well, thank you for watching. While also being in the Discord channel. I feel important. Thanks for being a watcher of the stream. I appreciate it. Oh, it's ridiculous. Well, if that's the case, I can end this stream and you can still hear us chat if you're still in our Discord.
He can join us on the Discord. He's not currently in the audio part of the
I thought he was there
Discord
earlier.
room. It looks like he dropped a little get it no regrets ha 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 for when you drop the Humble Bundle code in.
All right. Well, I am going to end this stream. So, for the few people that did drop in, there was a couple of different people who dropped in and chat at some things up. So thanks for for dropping in and saying hi, watching us play games, and I am going to end the stream. So thank you very much, guys.
Everyone have a good night. I can stop sucking on my gut now, right?